Hey, good morning. Yes, it's afternoon, as you can see. But I would like to begin as we have a very packed schedule and everyone's time is very precious. Hope you hear me well. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this wonderful space. I'm very pleased to see so many of you here and online. So, a warm welcome to all of you. It is the first time where we're having such a symposium in Cyprus about new genetic techniques, and it is thanks to a collaboration between the Cyprus University of Technology, or CEPAC as we know it here in Cyprus, and the EU-funded project GeneBEcon, which is the name is included here. And GeneBEcon researches on new genetic techniques in plants and microalgae. And as we like to call it, these entities, so you will hear these acronym entities all the time during this morning. So my name is Ksenia Schneider, and I am the project manager of GeneBEcon among many other colleagues who have come from all over Europe to have a two-day productive meeting in our island. I'm also the owner of a consulting GeneBEcon company. And we are very pleased to have this symposium under the auspices of the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment. And a warm thank you from my heart to our Minister, Petros Xenopoulos, and Ioannou, who has made my life easy in many respects, getting in touch with the right people who are sitting here among us. So I would also like to thank the team of GeneBEcon and the Cyprus University of Technology, who has spent many months to put this event together, which is born out of brainstorming one night among Marlene Vasquez, a friend and colleague, and myself. So I'm very happy to have you all on board. And without delay, I declare the symposium open with two speakers who will set the scene. The first one is the Professor and Dean Andreas Katsiotis, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Geotechnical Sciences and Environmental Management of Cyprus University of Technology. And Andreas is a keen plant breeder with special research interest in genetic resources, novel plant breeding techniques, and he will speak about what may be the impact of NGT's research in EU and Cyprus, and what does it mean for our island. So, Andreas, please take the floor. Thank you.
The fact of this course here to welcome you on behalf of actually the part of the Cyprus University of Technology. I would like to welcome you. I think it is a very important production symposium like that in Cyprus, and especially when to cover and also to represent them on such a high level, because it's something that we need to government to produce policies that can help research. Having said that, and on my behalf, I would like to welcome you all in the Science-Policy Symposium, following a few days of meeting of the GeneBEcon Horizon Funded project report. So, I was invited to make a presentation on what might be the impact of new genomic technology research in Cyprus. So, I'd like to say that I'm trained as a plant breeder, like our next speaker, the research, who is the coordinator of the GeneBEcon EU project. For those that are not familiar with what plant breeding is, I'll give you the simple definition that I usually give to my students. It's the art and science of transferring inherited traits in order to increase quantity and quality of crops, mainly food crops. Through the centuries, plant breeding evolved and took advantage of all the scientific advances in genetics, in statistics, in biology, and more recently in molecular biology as well. Plant breeding is one of the end users of these technologies nowadays and considers them as an invaluable and complementary tool for releasing modern varieties. In the last 4 or even more years, many changes have happened. Society was always skeptical on applying and adapting these changes through science. Probably because we were incorporating these technologies before even understanding their pros and cons. Think about the use of radiation and chemicals for producing mutated genotypes. They would consider this way a safe way in order to produce new varieties or incorporating new alleles and genes in the modern varieties. Today, the unrestricted use of web for open access publications and open discussion for transfer of knowledge and scientific discussions involve more people, more ideas, and we react faster and probably more safe in state of society at all levels, including issues and concerns about protecting the environment, public health, and food safety issues. In order to answer what might be the impact of the new genomic technologies in Cyprus, one has to first answer at the governmental level, do we want to be in the forefront and incorporate these technologies in our research, providing the necessary policies, or are we going to be followers? New legislation might be needed at the national level. Please ask the opinion and input of renowned scientists. EU always support this kind of action through cost forums, such as Planet, where Dennis was the chair. So, what might be the impact of new genomic technologies in Cyprus? We might get a better idea with the completion of this symposium. What I would like to assure you, though, being a university teacher and a researcher, we do have the people power and knowledge at the national level to participate and contribute at any project involving these technologies. Let's hope that meeting like this one will become a beacon for including Cyprus as living lab in any project, studying the impact of climatic change in our food-related chain. After all, Cyprus is among the first countries within the European Union affected by the climatic change being at the southeast part of the EU. Thank you.
Speech setting the scene, and now we'll have our second speaker to complete setting the scene, and is Associate Professor Dennis Eriksson, whom I'm working with almost daily, and he's from the Department of Plant Breeding of the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences and coordinator of the GeneBEcon project. And Dennis has a strong background in plant molecular biology, genetics, and related regulations. And he's also having experience in regulatory issues. So Dennis, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Philippus, for the introduction also. I would like to thank the Cyprus University of Technology and Cyprus Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for arranging this very important symposium together with us. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to now to introduce the project GeneBEcon to you. And I'm going to be brief. I'm going to do a very brief introduction. I'm going to hear more details about different research we're doing GeneBEcon later, according to point. So GeneBEcon is So GeneBEcon is an EU-funded project where we are developing a gene editing toolbox and applying it in potato and in microalgae. Through gene editing, we are developing a virus-resistant potato with an optimized tuber starch quality, and that is for a pesticide production in the field and for a chemical-free industrial processing of the starch. In microalgae, we are producing high-value compounds while residual biomass after extracting the compound, using the residual biomass as GMP. And that is to have a zero waste bioeconomy. We are putting also the technology into its societal context. So we are, for example, we are analyzing different regulatory options. We are looking into the data requirements for risk assessments for products. We are studying the economic impacts and the incentive for investments in this technology. And we're also looking at the public and stakeholder perceptions. And of course, we are engaging with a lot of different stakeholders. We have a stakeholder advisory workshops. We are trying to engage and reach out and get the opinions of stakeholders. So now, you heard already discuss this, what is genomic techniques and what is plant breeding. So I will put it in the context also. So what is new genomic techniques? Let's say to answer that question, I would like to go back many years in time, actually, including the context of plant breeding. From, let's say, how plant breeding has developed in the past century, you went from mass selection to field and then crossbreeding, and then there have been many different technologies developed throughout the 20th century plant breeding. I mentioned very few here. We have also random mutation breeding, for example, that became transgenesis in the 1980s. And now, since 2001, chemical developed, new technique developed since 2001, and that was when the current genomic technique was, that is considered a new genomic technique. And all of these developments has happened against the backdrop of general scientific progress. You have scientific progress in chemistry, physics, more recently, in genetics, of course, since the late 19th century, and more lately, molecular biology. So what are the advantages of new genomic techniques? I'm not going to go into many details here, but I'm going to give you very few examples. So, for example, crossbreeding is very important, very useful, but sometimes it can be tricky. Sometimes it can be difficult, depending on which crop you work on, its genetic make, I would say, and it depends on the traits you're working on. Sometimes it can be difficult. And then when it comes to randomly induced mutations, it's been extremely useful for many years. For example, most of the pasta and beer that we're consuming in Europe is a result of induced mutation. There is a side effect to this type of breeding, is to get a lot of unwanted mutations. And then you have new genomic techniques. They are very precise. It's a gene editing. They're very precise, very efficient. And they are suitable for many different crops and traits. Not all the time, but very often. So, actually, European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, she addressed the European Parliament a couple of weeks ago. And what she said then was that we need to put our technological progress in new genomic techniques at the service of our agriculture. As I said already, NGTs, they're not the universal solution, not the silver bullet to all of these challenges. But they can for sure contribute to many things, including, for example, many different policies within the European Green Deal. Because let's say in the Green Deal, farmers, farmers, they want crops with good traits. They want crops that yield good, but preferably with as little chemical when it's possible. And breeders, many different tools that have in this toolbox they have to deliver these crops, to improve these crops for the farmers. And NGTs, they are the preferred tool for not all crops and traits, but sometimes they are. So we can use NGTs to develop organisms, traits that are beneficial for environment, for farmers, for the bioeconomy, for consumers, but for uptake of NGTs. For uptake, we need many things to be in place. We need the breeders to be able to use the tools without being hindered by excessive regulation, I would say. We need farmers also to adopt the improved cultivars. We need consumers to accept common markets. And we need regulations that are proportionate and that allow safe and beneficial applications to each market. And if our project GeneBEcon can contribute to any of this, I'm very confident. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for setting the scene, and thank you, Andreas, as well. So now, since the scene is set and we know what the priorities are and what the issues are, and how entities may help this, I like to invite and welcome the Cyprus Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment, Petros Xenophontos. Petros has a multidisciplinary background and that's a very big strength to have him in this position. He has a mechanical engineering, computing, and business administration background. And really, this is a multidimensional strength that brings to the ministry. Please.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Welcome to Cyprus. Dear professors and speakers, dear honorable guests, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you at the Science-Policy Symposium. The scope of the symposium is to present the current situation of new genomic techniques and their impact on the European Union's agriculture systems. During the past few months, we have witnessed extreme events, floods and wildfires throughout the world. These events should make us think, should make us assess and impact such events can have not only on our security, but also to our food supplies. How can we adapt to such events? At the same time, the importance of agriculture is fundamental for food security and ensuring sustainable and resilient food systems. The successive crises in the agri-food sector make it imperative to seek solutions to increase production. In this context, promoting and creating synergies between green and digital transitions is an ongoing challenge for the European Union and food production. The use of green and digital technologies has the potential to enhance efforts to ensure food security and address climate change. Agricultural production is under threat due to the climate change, and this is more intense in insecure regions. Various climate-driven extremes, such as drought, heat waves, floods, storms, erratic and intensive rainfall patterns, and emerging insect pests have adversely affected the livelihood of the farmers. Future climatic predictions show a significant increase in temperature and extreme weather events with higher intensity, while variability exists in climatic patterns for climate extremes prediction. According to the models of the Cyprus Institute, mean temperature rises of about 1 to 3 degrees Celsius in the next 3 decades, of 3 to 5 degrees Celsius by mid-century, and 3.5 to 7 degrees Celsius by the end of the century, placing Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East ahead of most other places of the globe in terms of projected temperature changes. To make matters worse, precipitation is expected to decline with reductions in mean annual rainfall of 10 to 50% in the same region. Looking at the sealed models for Cyprus in greater detail, and especially the period from 2020 to 2050, one of the most striking results is an increase in extremely hot summer days with maximum temperatures exceeding 38 degrees Celsius for an additional 2 weeks per year compared to the already 5 warm summers we have used. In addition, it's expected that we will experience warm, tropical nights with minimum temperatures above 25 degrees Celsius for an additional 1 month compared to current conditions. By the end of the century, the number of hot days per year in Nicosia will increase by 2 months, resembling conditions currently experienced in cities like Cairo or Bahrain. Our ministry has the lead in the implementation of the adaptation strategy to climate strategy, which is currently under revision to address the new information available from recent research. To respond to the adverse effects of these scenarios for agricultural production, this is a need to optimize the climate smart and resilient agricultural practices and technology for sustainable productivity. Research and innovation should be at the core of these efforts. Through research, education, and innovation promotion, we can create practices, processes, and products that enhance the resilience of food systems. The utilization of existing practices that have proven to be efficient over time is also important. We admit that even though Cyprus has always been void of genetically modified organisms, raising concerns regarding their adequate safety for human and animal health, we now believe, maintaining our initial reservations, that the use of new genomic techniques in agriculture can be beneficial to the EU if used correctly. Genomic techniques are being increasingly employed in the food supply chain to address the impacts of climate change. These techniques help in developing more resilient crops and livestock, improving agricultural practices, and ensuring food security in the face of changing climate conditions. Some emerging genomic techniques in the context of food supply to address climate change impacts include but are not restricted to genomic assisted breeding techniques, such as market assisted selection, are used to develop crop varieties that are better adapted to climate change. These varieties can be developed for traits such as drought and heat tolerance, pest resistance, and improved nutrient uptake. The recently awarded Nobel Prize to the genome-edited Cas9 technology proved that precision modifications could be performed, and the results are impressive. New varieties with selected traits could be designed and produced in short time and released to the farmers when requested. Coupled with remote sense and other technologies, genomic data can enable precision agricultural practices. Farmers can use genetic information to optimize planting, irrigation, and fertilizer application, reducing resource wastage and environmental impacts. Whole genome sequencing can be used to identify genes responsible for disease resistance to plants and animals. This knowledge helps breeders develop disease-resistant plant varieties and livestock, reduce the need of chemical pesticides and antibiotics. Understanding the genetics to spoilage decay can lead to the development of crops and foods that stay fresher for longer, reducing food waste. Genomic information can be integrated with climate models to predict how specific crop varieties will perform under future climate scenarios. This can inform planting decisions and adaptation strategies. Genomic tools aid in conservation of endangered species threatened by climate change. By understanding the genetic diversity within populations, conservationists can make informed decisions about breeding programs and habitat protection. Genomic research on marine organisms can help us understand how warming oceans and ocean acidification affect marine life. This knowledge can guide conservation efforts and development of resilient aquaculture practices. NGPs can be used to design plants that can capture and store carbon more efficiently. These organisms can be deployed in various environments to help mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. All of the above mentioned has many more techniques can significantly contribute to ensure to ensuring a stable and sustainable food supply in the face of climate change challenges. However, ethical, regulatory, and socioeconomic considerations must be addressed to ensure equitable access to these technologies and to mitigate potential risks associated with their use. While genomic techniques in food supply offer promising resource solutions to address climate change impacts, they also raise several concerns that need to be carefully considered and addressed. The main concerns associated with genomic techniques in the food supply chain are the following. Ethical concerns. Ownership and access. There is a concern that the ownership and control of gene-edited crops could be concentrated in the hands of a few large corporations, potentially limiting access for smaller farmers and communities. Environmental effects. Altering the genetic makeup of organisms can have unintended consequences to ecosystems. The release of genetically modified organisms into the environment may lead to ecological disruptions affecting biodiversity and ecosystem services. Regulatory challenges. Regulatory frameworks. Developing and implementing appropriate regulatory framework for genomic techniques can be challenging. Striking a balance between innovation and safety is crucial but can be difficult to achieve. Labeling and transparency. Consumers can often want to know whether their food contains genetically modified ingredients. Ensuring accurate labeling and transparency in the supply chain can be complex. Environmental concerns. Unintended effects. There is a risk of unintended effects when modifying the genetic makeup of organisms. These effects could impact non-target species, disrupt local ecosystems, or lead to the emergence of new pests or disease. Gene flow. Genetically modified crops can crossbreed with wild or organic crops, potentially spreading modified genes into natural population. This can have ecological and agricultural consequences. Human health and safety. Allergens, the introduction of new genes into crops or foods could potentially lead to the production of allergens that weren't present before. Unknown long-term effects. Long-term health effects of consuming gene-edited foods are not yet fully understood, and more research is needed in this area. Social and economic concerns. Economic disparities. The adoption of genomic techniques in agriculture may exacerbate economic disparities between large-scale commercial farmers who can afford these technologies and small-scale farmers who cannot. Farmers' rights. Issues related to farmers' rights to save and replant seeds may arise when genetically modified crops are involved. Consumers' acceptance. Consumer resistance. Some consumers and consumer groups are worried of genetically modified or gene-edited foods due to concerns about safety and ethics. Ensuring consumer acceptance and trust is a significant challenge. Intellectual property rights. Patent issues. The patenting of genetically modified organisms and gene editing technologies can create monopolies and limit innovation. It may also raise questions about the equitable distribution of benefits. Farmers should be able to use the seeds of their own production from the seeds that derived from new genomic techniques. Additionally, small seed companies should have adequate access to produce new varieties. Also important is the ability to develop varieties that are adapted to local climate conditions in all EU regions, so the EU agricultural and farmers remain competitive. The new legislative framework should not jeopardize the resilience and viability of the small farms that are part of the EU's agricultural holding. Ecosystem effects. or their ecosystems. The introduction of genetically modified or gene-edited organisms into ecosystems can lead to changes in species interactions and ecologically dynamic, potentially affecting ecosystem health. To address these concerns, it is crucial to have robust regulatory framework, transparent labeling, rigorous risk assessment, and ongoing research to monitor the long-term impacts of genomic techniques in food supply. Additionally, fostering dialogue among stakeholders, including scientists, farmers, policymakers, and consumers, is essential to ensure that the benefits of these technologies are realized while minimizing potential risks. In conclusion, the EU must ensure that the regulatory framework for new genomic techniques is effective and scientifically sound. This will allow new products to be introduced to the market while maintaining the EU's high standards of safety and environmental protection. It is important to invest in research and the development of new technologies and cultivation methods. This will help to improve productivity, quality and safety, and therefore to strengthen the EU's competitiveness in the global market. I would like to congratulate all the organizers for this important event. I wish you all a productive symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have raised many of the issues, possibilities, and risks in all respects. In the GeneBEcon project, we are very much aware, we have been discussing this, and the goal of the project is to highlight and show cases with potato and microalgae as chicken feed and compound extraction for useful compounds. So we will hear more about it in the coming lectures, not lectures, but speeches. So I have seen that we have 16 people online, and thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for your unbreaking speech, highlighting Cyprus challenges, but not only, Europe's as well. So now, since we have heard the national and part of as a Cyprus as a member state, we will move at the European Parliament level, and I would like to welcome Ms. Jessica Kjolfar. Excuse me for the bad pronunciation of the name. Jessica, she's joining us online, and she's a member of the European Parliament from the European People's Party of Sweden. She's a member of the Committee for Environment, Public Health and Food Safety, and the Deputy Director, Coordinator, of the EPP Group, as well as the rapporteur, this is very important, for the proposal on new genomic techniques for the European Parliament. So do we have Jessica online? Technical hiccups, as always. These past 2 days we have been discussing in the project, the GeneBEcon project has many partners who are universities, associations of seed companies, and as well as small companies researching in China. The research is done on potato, which is very relevant for Cyprus, as in Cyprus is a potato producing country and exporting as well. So we are almost there. I can see. It's slow. Okay. But well, while we're waiting for that, I can yeah. Ready? Okay.
There we are.
Welcome, Jessica. Nice to see you online. Hello. Can you hear as well? Yes? Hello. Can you hear as well? No? Jessica, can you hear us? No? Perhaps it's very slow. While we were putting together this program, we're thinking it would be interesting to have it at national level and at the EU level, commission level. So that's why since we did not get them to Cyprus, we opt to have it online, version lines. Not supporting the speech. Okay, I would like to continue to perhaps to the next non-online presenter while you solve the problems for the connection, if that's okay with you. And I would invite the next speaker, which is Andreas Payulis. Please, Andrea, thank you very much. Andreas is the Agricultural Research Officer, Genetics, Breeding and Biotechnology Plant Improvement Section of the Cyprus Agricultural Research Institute. He has 17 years of working experience in the field of genetics and plant breeding and is responsible for the national breeding program of wheat, trichum, and legumes. He's a national delegate of Cyprus at the European Committee Working Party for the Genomic Techniques legislation. So he knows Jessica quite well, I guess. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
I would like to welcome all of you to Cyprus, and I hope you will enjoy your stay here. Honorable Minister, dear organizers, dear guests, As we have heard from previous speakers, NGPs are a step forward and toward the EU targets regarding the European Green Deal and also the Science-Policy Initiative. I'm here to discuss today with you the uses of the NGPs from a breeder's perspective and present therefore the opportunities and challenges that we might need to address if the proposal is agreed. Using conventional breeding techniques can take 10 to 15 years in order to produce a new variety and to be ready for the market. Due to their precision, NGPs are much faster and enable breeders to rapidly adapt to changing conditions. As climate change causes extreme weather events and spreading of plant diseases, NGPs are becoming valuable tools for adapting agricultural production and achieving food security, providing speed and flexibility to the breeding process. The whole procedure can take from 3 to 5 years in order to reach the farmers, so you can all understand that a 10 years gap is huge if the changing rapidly conditions. The whole genome sequencing can unlock the secrets of various organisms, providing us with a blueprint of life. It has empowered breeders to select traits with unprecedented precision, enabling us to develop crops with remarkable traits. Such traits should match the needs of specific regions, especially like the one in our region that has rapid changes and it's supposed to be mostly affected by these changes before the end of the century. The MENA region is predicted to suffer from salinity and drought problems. Crops should be designed to address these problems as soon as possible. By the time they emerge, varieties should be ready for the farmers to use. Varieties that will be resilient to pests, diseases, and other environmental stressors could be developed using genes from the extended breeder's gene. And this is the main difference between the NGTs and the genomically modified organisms as we knew them until now. By reducing all the incoming chemicals, it's a way to go there, and these NGTs can be the tool to achieve it. Plants with high nutritional value can be produced, reducing the growing problem of malnutrition all over the world. We now know that malnutrition is one of the most serious problems that we have, and not just farming. All this could be used by breeders to design and produce the future crops that will safely feed the Earth's growing population. But unfortunately, with great knowledge comes also great responsibility. We must be mindful of the ethical issues and societal questions about consent, equity, and the unintended consequences that this genetic manipulation might produce. It is imperative that we establish robust and ethical frameworks and regulations to ensure the responsible use of these techniques. Another challenge that we are going to be addressed to solve will be the massive amount of genomic data that is going to be generated. All this require advanced data analysis and storage solutions. Handling, managing, interpreting, and most of all protecting this data could be a significant challenge. At the beginning of their use, genomic techniques can be very expensive and thus limiting access to smaller breeders and agricultural organizations like the Agricultural Research Institute that are coming from. Limiting this cost and ensuring funding for SMEs and public institutions could help the spreading of the use of NGTs and thus lowering the final cost both for the breeders and the users, which are the farmers. Patents are also a great issue that most member states are looking upon for an opportunity to avoid this legislation, so the European Committee should be very careful finding a way to ensure all member states that at least small governmental breeders will have free access to NGT parental lines, and also that their farmers will be available. So it's going to be available also to the smaller farmers of the European Union. In conclusion, NGTs are an innovation that has the potential to reshape agriculture. They could offer solutions to some of our most pressing challenges, but in doing so, we need to be committed to ethical principles, transparency, and the well-being of both animals and humans. Thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoy the rest of the symposium, and I would like to thank Xenia for inviting me for this speech.
My pleasure. Thank you very much, Andrea. Now we saw the side of the political side, the regulatory side, the reader side. Let's see if we can connect online. There is Jessica. Okay. Jessica, can you hear as well? We are ready to hear your speech if you can hear us. Yes. There's no presentation. Good morning, Jessica. Nice to see you. I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Okay. While we are waiting for the rest of the issues, I would like to invite Mariette Anderson, if possible.
Hello. I think it's from your side the sound that we can hear you. Maybe you should press my command. From what?
Here I'll move on to the next speaker, and then you saw that, I need the presentation from the line. Mariette, could I please invite you? Mariette Anderson is the CEO of Soleis. It's a spin-off company from the Cyprus University of Agricultural Sciences, and offering gene editing in potato as a service. She's also partly working as an associate professor there, and her main research interest is plant storage products. Major research focus has been on starch quality of the potato, which you will hear all about it today. And this is still the positive side of it. So, Mariette, please. Thank you very much for the introduction. You might not hear all about it, but at least one part of it. Yeah. So I will try to summarize the 3-year project we have here in GeneBEcon of potatoes into 8 minutes. So you need to follow along. Yes. There we go. Can I use this one? Yes. Okay. I would like to start with thanking the organizers this very nice event and for you all to be here. We have had a couple of very, very productive and nice days, and it will be like a good ending of this, hopefully, for sure. And I will talk about potato. I will talk about why potato. This hasn't worked. Sorry. I will talk about why NGT is very important for potatoes. I will talk about the two traits we're working with in GeneBEcon, and I will also give a little bit of a glimpse of the future, how the future beyond GeneBEcon can look like for the potato world. Yeah, now we're on track. So, why do we work with potato? Potato is a very important crop. It's number 3 of the staple food crops grown in the world after rice and wheat. Some say 4 because maize, corn is debated which one is the third one, but at least it's a very, very important crop. And it's also, I think this is the wrong presentation actually. Sorry. I think Murphy is with us today. Yeah. Oh, sorry. But I can continue. The potatoes also grown as a starch crop in Northern Europe. And starch is it's a bulk product that is used in various applications, both in food and other industrial applications. The potato is a fantastic crop. It has an extremely high yield, which is in a sense very sustainable. It is nutritious. You have carbohydrates, vitamins, minerals, and you have a very well balanced protein that is rather close to an animal protein. Yes. Okay. Thank you. But there is also, and I would like to say that it's delicious, of course. It's delicious. But there is also always a but. It needs a lot of inputs. It needs a lot of water, fertilizers, pesticides, input to combat all diseases that are affecting potato. And we have some sustainability challenges when it comes to the downstream processing of starch. It is also genetically complicated, and you heard from Dennis that breeding can sometimes be, thank you, breeding can sometimes be complicated, long. For potato breeding, using traditional breeding methods like crossbreeding and mutagenesis, it's a little bit extra long if you compare to some other crops. And to develop a new potato variety might take 13 to 15 years before you have a new variety on the market. It might even take a bit longer depending on which trait you are breeding for. So the benefit with NGTs here is that we can take a good potato variety and we can add one or a few traits without the need of crossbreeding afterwards. And with that, we can then save a number of years. And we can have a new product on the market in 5 to 7 years, perhaps a little bit longer, depending on the traits as well. So I represent Soledis, as you heard, and together with our partners HWP and Inno3BT, we are taking one step closer to the market within this gene project. And we are transferring the knowledge that is generated in this very high impact research that is made by SNU, ILVO, and INRA. And we are transferring that into commercial potato varieties. And we do that without introducing any new DNA. into the genome. So I think you will hear about it later, but this will be a category 1, an AGT1 plant. So keep that in mind. And we are then going to establish a commercial pipeline for potato concerning these traits. And the 2 traits is starch quality and virus resistance. And for the starch quality, today 75,000 tons of chemicals are used downstream processing of the starch. It's difficult to say how much, to see how much that is, but it's 4,000 trucks with chemicals. And these chemicals, they are needed in the starch processing in order to get a starch that has a quality that can be used in food. Otherwise, the food products will not have a storage stability, you will have food loss, cracked products, soggy products that the consumers don't want. These chemically modified starches, they have an E number, so they adapt an E number in the ingredient list. And this is also something that a consumer would like as few E numbers as possible in the food, even though they are not dangerous, but they would like it reduced. And with NGTs, we can eliminate this, or we can change this storage stability from bad to good by inducing mutations in 3 genes. And then the starch will be sustainable, it can be green labeled, and also it could be E number free. So this is how we do it. We have a starch. It's composed of 2 molecules. They are called amylose and amylopectin. Amylose is the bad guy here. That's the main reason for the low storage stability. So we induce mutations in that one, so the amylose will not be produced. However, here we will not reach a 0 number of chemicals, so we need to do a little bit more of modifications. So we also added 2 more genes in order to get the starch a little bit shorter. I don't know if you saw that. The chains will be a little bit shorter. And by that, we can eliminate the 75,000 tons of chemicals to 0. The virus resistance is the previous starch, of course, the starch quality is for the starch industry and the starch potatoes readers. That's of most interest. But if we talk about virus resistance, now we can talk about the full potato, all potato growers, all potato industry. And here, if you have a virus infected in the seed potatoes, you can have a loss of 20 to 5% of the potato growth or the potato harvest. And aphids are the major problem here. They are the spreaders. So the aphids is spreading the virus. And then we need to control it using insecticides and prophylactics. Also, this is the cost that comes with us, also an environmental impact report, which is rather high. And this virus uses the plant protein to multiply. And this protein that's in the potato, it's needed for the potato general growth. So what we need to do here is to modify that so it still will be productive in the potato, but that the virus will not use it, cannot use it for the multiplication. So how do we do it? Yeah. So here we mimic what is already known, because there are other crops that has this virus resistance already, like pea, pepper, and tomato. So if you see below here, you have a resistant pea and pepper. If you compare that with the potato protein, we find the differences. Those are the red ones here. And then we can edit those later. Oh, it's no edits. Entities usually, getting a speed. And we change it. Oh, now it's behind. Then we change it to look like what is done, what is look like in pea and pepper, and then we can induce the resistance. Yeah, it's so. In the product, we are combining these 2 traits into the cultivated commercial potato varieties. and we will grow them in field in Sweden in field trial to verify the traits and to look at the germinal performance. And if this will, or when this will be realized on the market, we will have a huge impact on the environment. We will have less waste, less chemicals, less energy used, and we can also provide the consumers with an E-number-free ingredient. And we do it exactly like what could have happened in nature with the induced mutations. So to sum up, plant breeding, general plant breeding is extremely important for us to support to solve some major challenges that are out there, global challenges that we are facing. And with NGT, we can cut the time for the breeding down to 1/3 in potato. And these two traits that we are adding, they will have a huge saving on our environment. But this, I would just like to end up with NGT is one tool in the breeding toolbox, and we need them all to be able to solve all these challenges we are facing in agriculture today. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mariette, for this enlightening presentation showing a practical application of AGTs and what it's really for the consumer, for the environment, for the farmer. And that's the strength of this technology and the whole toolbox. Thank you very much. So let's try one more time, get Murphy out of here and go online and listen to Jessica from the European Parliament speaking about the legislation for plants produced by certain new genomic techniques and the perspectives of the European Parliament. So I hope this time we can go through the line and listen to the presentation because it's important for our panel discussion afterwards as well. So are we online? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for your patience and please I apologize. Sincerely apologize. Yes.
She's on.
Hello, Jessica. Nice to see you one more time. Okay.
Sure, Mike.
Now I'm going to start praise.
It's good for the
The worst is that we tested everything yesterday.
May you?
I will go here.
Turn off the microphone.
Jessica, can you hear us?
Turn it off now.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I don't know. Jessica, can you hear us? You can please go ahead with your presentation. So it seems like you can hear me and see me. So I don't know whether it's up in the dark or into your conference room. So I'll try. Or otherwise, I'll cover if the only one is in, but we'll try. Hello, everyone, and hi from Sweden. It is a shame I couldn't be with you in Cyprus. I think that there's have been really nice, but I came back from Strasbourg last week, so thank you for the opportunity to join in this technical way. I think it's very timely time to have this kind of seminar, see that it is a possibility to raise awareness of the importance of NGT. So thank you to the organizers for taking this initiative and inviting me and for hosting this event today. I think there is a good time for also to have these type of seminars and to be active in this question, because we can see that there is a growing awareness. Actually, maybe as it could be helpful after a summer like this. I think they are very interesting at the time. One is that the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, which was awarded scientists behind CRISPR-Cas9, and that has led to greater public interest on NGT than I think also in Brussels and for many others. Another is, of course, the political agenda. If we look in the priorities of the European Parliament, it is clear that they are marked by the need for work on the ambitious objectives on the Green Deal, and especially agriculture and food safety. And of course, also the fact that the new, it's not new any longer, but the EU Commission that proposal on NGT, which should be seen to the fact that the current framework is not fit for purpose. The farm to fork strategy, which is the food safety and food production strategy of EU, focuses on things that matter to all of us, with the food we put on our tables and how we get there in a way that is sustainable both for us but also for the planet. NGT is an important tool to reach these objectives. We need a win-win solution and a sensible approach to make sure that the plant reproductive material obtained through NGTs can be used for and by the European farmers. And that I will strongly underline. NGTs have the opportunity to transform our food system and lead to more efficient yields and less waste. In short, making the European agriculture sector more competitive, green, and perhaps even more healthy. We live in a green realm where the world is changing around us, and our farming either will or already is facing new obstacles. Just look at the recent years with either heat wave or periods of heavy rain. We will need now new and better crops to cope with it. The best solution for this, in my humble opinion, is to use the best available technology. We precisely and quickly can offer new crops. But we can only benefit from these innovations if we have a good set of rules in place to govern them and to make EU more competitive internationally. And as I think we will also learn, the EU could do a lot better here. So this is a very timely discussion, and I'm also glad to discuss this a bit later this morning with very competent speakers within the field. I'm looking forward to share some thoughts on this matter together with them. However, interest is not enough to find solutions to complex issues, such as the best legal framework for the genomic techniques, but it's a good start. I think that we, however, are facing challenges ahead. I think the distrust in science, especially in agriculture, is one of the greatest threats we are facing today, and we already need to have a more thorough discussion and understanding of the importance of science-based policy making. But it is even more dangerous when the kind of ignorance spreads to politics. We see too far too often how politicians who embrace science when it comes to understanding challenges we face refuse to trust science when it comes to finding the solutions. And this often happens in environmental debate, and in particular when it comes to farming and new innovations. So that's how I should describe the challenge. We have used science to come to terms with the fact that we need to change our ways, but we have not yet embraced science when it comes to how we should change our ways. And I also say that politicians from the country that hands out the Nobel Prize for chemistry, for example, have a special obligation to stand up for science. But let's be clear, that is not only an obligation of Swedish politicians, but should apply to all parties and member states and political groups. By bringing together expertise, policymakers, and an interested public, I think this is an excellent opportunity to help us on that journey. So this is a great challenge, and one of that is important to respond to. One part of the response is, of course, trust of our experts and base our political decisions on the best available science and bias consideration. This is what I've always tried to tell my co-workers or my political colleagues, and some of them do agree, but not all of them. We had a discussion last week about, for example, glyphosate, where we also could link this discussion into that issue as well. But it is in my role as rapporteur for the proposal. I will do my best to make sure that we can take the best possible advantages of these new technologies. And I think that too long has Europe lagged behind in science innovation. Investments in research and development are moving away from us to other parts of the world. And at the same time, our partners need all the tools that they can get to both strengthen their competitiveness and make the agriculture more sustainable. Entities are used in other parts of the world, and if we want to be a pioneer on innovation and new techniques, we need to strengthen our significantly. That requires not only political leadership and willingness, but engaged stakeholders carrying the light of science. We need optimism and a good deal of common sense. And thank you. I will stop there, and I'm looking forward to the question. And thank you all again for the event and for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. I hope you can hear me. And please excuse us for the issues we have had, the technical issues this morning. I trust that you will stay on for our panel discussion that will be right after Alexander's presentation. Yes? So without delay, I would like to move on to the next presentation. Now we have heard the member state level, we have heard the European Parliament level, and now we go to the European Commission. So our next speaker is Alexander Buckelman. Alexander, he is representing the European Commission, and he is a policy officer at the Director General of Sante, and he has joined us online from Brussels. He's a policy officer in biotechnology and the European Commission. And he has a multidisciplinary background in biology, in political science, and economy. So welcome, Alexander, and the floor is yours. I hope it's going to work. Thank you very much.
Good morning and thank you everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation and for the presentation that was already part this morning. Unfortunately, myself I will not be able to stay for the discussion afterwards due to our commitment. And that's fine, I'm sure Ms. Polfia will be more than capable and more than welcome to represent also the institution to the discussion. I don't know if, I'm not sure I see full my slides, but yes, if you could go on to the next slide, please. And as you all know, on 5 of July, the Commission adopted a legislative proposal on plants and products produced by certain new genetic technique. It is one of the actions taken by the Commission to make our food system more sustainable and to support farmers in the green transition. New genomic techniques, as you all know, are innovative tools that help increase sustainability and resilience of our food system and support the goal of the Green Deal and the Work Strategy. They are techniques of genetic modification that help breed new plant varieties faster and with higher precision than by conventional techniques. Plants produced by these techniques may contain small changes that can also occur in nature or through conventional breeding, or they may contain more complex modification. Plants produced by new genetic techniques are currently regulated under the legislation on genetically modified organisms. However, this legislation is not adapted to a variety of products that can be obtained by new genetic techniques, and is not conducive to such products reaching the EU market and exploiting their potential. The Commission proposal therefore has three main objectives: maintaining an element of protection of health and the environment, steering the development towards contribution to sustainability goal in a wide range of plant species, especially for the agricultural system, and creating an enabling environment for research and innovation, especially for scholarly development. The Commission proposal only covers plants that contain genetic materials from the same plant or from croppable plants. Transgenic plants will remain subject to GMO legislation as is set today. Next slide, please. The proposal is underpinned by a thorough impact assessment built on robust and up-to-date evidence. As you can see on the screen, there was quite some work that went to the impact assessment, including an external study, open public consultation, many targeted interviews and targeted survey. We consulted all the stakeholders, public and the member states, as well as the JSU helped us with case studies, and of course, the European Food Safety Authority. The proposal is really underpinned under this the opinion of the EFSA on LGBT in 2012, in particular the most recent opinion on SDN1 and SDN2, and the updated opinions on this and intragenesis, as well as a statement on the experimental criteria. In its opinion, the European Food Safety Authority concludes that in certain cases, the risk associated with products developed by this technique is similar compared to the risk associated with products developed by conventional breeding. In addition to that, the impact assessment shows that new genetic techniques can be used to produce a wide range of crops that can bring valuable benefits. And I'm sure you've already seen the presentation of celebrities, and I'm sure we'll see other presentations that are very important to show the benefits of new genetic techniques. And even though we have so far few products on the market worldwide, it's shown that research and development pipeline include a wide array of products that can, for example, reduce food waste and emission associated with transport, that are more tolerant to environmental stressors such as those associated with climate change, and improved nutritional trade, qualities of taste, and improved quality for production and manufacturing, thus reducing the use of resources, are more resistant to pests, and therefore can reduce reliance on pesticides, and also provide increased yield while minimizing the use of fertilizers and resources. Next slide, please. And some examples of NGTs, several of these plants are being developed in the EU, such as the late-life resistant potato and the low gluten wheat, whose expected impact has been assessed by the Commission Joint Research Centers. These two case studies are now published and can be fully accessible online. For the late-life resistant potato, developed with a significant reduction in time and cost for development compared to conventional breeding, this could lead to 50 to 80% reduction cost in fungicide breeding. The low gluten celiac safe wheat is difficult to obtain by conventional. The low gluten wheat developed by targeted mutagenesis can contribute to making low gluten diet more affordable to more balanced diet and to decrease cost of medical care. The adoption of this wheat could also increase gross margin of farmers and conventional wheat and would provide comparable yield with no change in agricultural management practice. Next slide, please. As mentioned before, plants produced by Genomic Techniques may be equivalent to conventional plants and have the same profile when they contain changes that can also occur in nature of conventional breeding. In other cases, they may contain changes that are difficult to obtain by conventional breeding. Therefore, our proposal establishes two categories of plants obtained by entities with distinct requirements and procedures to reach the market, based on their different characteristics and safety profile. For what we call Category 1 entity plants, the verification procedure against objective criteria will determine whether an entity plant is equivalent to conventional plants. These criteria are based on modifications that are commonly observed with conventional breeding techniques, and thus they ensure that entity plants meeting these criteria have the same safety profile as conventional plants. They are also objective to ensure predictability for the development and the uniform applicability of ideas. If an entity plant meets the criteria, the plant
The screen is on wide.
It's on wide. Will be subject to a rule with no need for risk assessment and authorization as required for legislation. Traceability and labeling as GMO will not be required for Category 1 plants. However, to ensure information to breeders and partners, seeds will be labeled as Category 1 GT, and specific information will be provided to public database and in the for Category 2 GT plants that are not equivalent to conventional breeding remain subject to authorization of aesthetics welfare mechanisms. However, the risk assessment is adapted to the specifics and diverse risk profiles to ensure safety while avoiding unnecessary burden. To cater for the fact that current detection method requirements are not technically feasible in all cases, the modality to comply with detection method requirements may be adapted as well when necessary and duly justified. Traceability and labeling as GMO remains for Category 2 entity plants, with the possibility to add a factual statement on the intended purpose of a genetic modification. For example, we can imagine the genetically modified for the purpose of improving resistance to drought. This should allow operators and consumers to make informed choice and is expected to drive market demand for products with beneficial traits. A key driver for this proposal is to steer the use of entity plants that can deliver concrete benefits. To this end, regulatory incentives apply to Category 2 entity plants when they can support sustainability goals through traits such as resistance to pests or more efficient use of resources. In view of the expected increased population of Category 2 entity plants compared to the current situation, Member States are required to adopt coexistence measures to avoid an intended presence of such entity plants in organic and conventional crops. There is also some provision in the proposal applicable to both Category 1 and Category 2 entity plants. Indeed, these techniques are novel and there are no product in the EU market at this stage. The proposal also includes a robust monitoring of economic, environmental, and social impact of entity products, as well as the monitoring of the performance of the legislation. To be able to assess whether and how potential benefit materialize, to also identify any potential negative impact. GMO are currently prohibited in organic production, and this will be the case as well as regards both Category 1 and Category 2. To conclude, the proposal is designed to maintain a high safety standard, support breeders and farmers, contribute to sustainability objectives, and deliver benefits to consumers. As part of the wider India agenda, it is expected to provide new tools for farmers who are suffering directly from the impact of climate change and need to deliver a substantial shift to new and more sustainable ways of producing our food while remaining competitive. In preparing this proposal, we have taken into account a very wide range of views from interested parties, both in support of the more enabling framework of NGP, as well as concern about this. We believe that the proposal reflects the careful balance between safety aspect of solid built up being by scientific leaders, and the interest of different global agriculture that would whatever have been fully taken into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexander, for joining us and explaining the new proposal. Thank you. Any questions for Alexander before he runs away? The audience here? No. Okay. Thank you and have a great day. We'll be in touch. Thank you very much. So
thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So now we will move to the short panel discussion with Petra. Would be Petra Yorsh. She would be moderating the panel. In the panel, we're going to have Andrea Marquez and just a second, I lost my lines. Marius would be Marius, please. Thank you. And Jessica, hopefully she will be able to join us from far away. I will give you my microphone. Petra, can you please do a short presentation? Good morning, everybody. Hear me? No. Jessica, can you hear? I can hear you. Okay, can you hear me? So good morning, also from my side. I'm Petra Yorsh. I'm Manager of Plant Breeding Innovation and Local. I can hear you. And Euroseeds, which is the representation of the European seed and breeding seed. We are partner in the project GeneBEcon, and I have the honor today to moderate this small panel discussion with our distinguished speakers online, Jennifer, and also in the room, Andreas. We have already heard of your presentation, and Marius, we haven't seen you, but maybe you can also shortly introduce yourself, your role, and why you are interested in this topic.
Okay, thank you very much. Special thanks for organizing this event in Cyprus, in our country. We are a small country, but we have a lot of interesting new technology and innovation in the agriculture sector. So my name is Marios Adamides. I'm working in the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm head of the managing committee of the CAP strategic plan. And within this role, I have also horizontal duties in the ministry. So one of the hot topics we can say is the new genomic techniques and how they can be useful for our challenges that we're facing in Cyprus, but also for all the European farmers. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Marius. Maybe we can start with you. Let me ask you, we heard from your minister already that Cyprus is facing many challenges, specifically in view of climate change, water scarcity, but also soil management. So under which conditions do you think can those new genomic techniques play a role meeting those challenges specifically for your country?
Well, as my minister said before, very general and in depth. I think every new technology has to be user-friendly, non-discriminatory, available to all farmers and contribute to the critical aspects which, due to the climate change effects, suppress the farmers' economic viability. New varieties which have the same productivity under lower water quantities, varieties resistant to pests and diseases are just a few examples of the daily problems and issues which have to be addressed. In any case, as indicated in the initial speech of our minister, these new techniques have to be safe for the environment and the consumers, but also for the farmers, and also the consumer protection and the societal sensitivity that we hear now towards the genomic techniques need to be addressed by an effective communication to the stakeholders being transparent on the scientific methods and the technological solutions which are, let's say, suggested.
Thanks a lot. Maybe let me switch to Jessica. Can you hear us? Seems not to be here, but we are flexible, of course. No, I okay, very good. Jessica, you mentioned already you volunteered to become the rapporteur for the EU Parliament on the NGT file. Just for a layman, I think not all of the people here in the room are very familiar with the processes which are now ongoing after the Commission has published the proposal. So you are the rapporteur now. Can you explain to us what will be the next step in the Parliament to proceed with the file?
Hello, Peter, and I'm glad that you said volunteer to do this. I think, like I outlined earlier, that it is very important that for me it was also important that someone who really cares about these issues also will be on board in this case. Last week I have tried to meet all the shadows that will be negotiating this file with me. I can see that we have slightly different opinions about few items, and I think that we have to work quite hard and intensely to do the work for this mandate is over. So I guess that we have to have a quite speedy process. But I think what we really want to do is, of course, to find a balanced position where we can have a positive attitude, but also finding a broad majority between the different groups in the parliament, so that we can be sure that there will be long lines and stabilities in the future. So I think that what is next is that I have to present a draft proposal to the Parliament, and I will be focused on this, and I wanted to have a proposal that is intended to be there and to make the most possible of this technique, and that we will have a proposal that will make it possible for Europe to be competitive in the future as well. So what I can do is to negotiate that in the future, there will also be reaction responding to what I will draft in my report, so we will see. But I think we might already have a clue what will be the obstacles and discussions.
Thanks a lot. Can you already foresee where will be the major points of discussion? Can you already expect some challenges, and you can maybe introduce some of those topics to us, which you expect to be challenging for the discussion Parliament?
I mean, first of all, we have to debate whether to use NGT or not. I think that they are not live. That some groups do think that this will not be possible at all. And then we have others that see that this could be a possibility, and we do therefore need to find sets of rules that really enable this in a safe way. And I think that there will be discussions about the categories, for example, organic breeding, and I think that there will also be discussions about patents and so on. I think that is what I have outlined so far, that I think that other groups also would like to be discussing in the future ahead. So we will see. We will see.
Thank you, Jennifer. May I turn to Andreas? I read in your bio that you are also responsible for the national breeding program on wheat, triticale, and legumes. So in how far do those new technologies already play a role in those breeding programs in Cyprus? And what potential also do you see in the future if those technologies can be used for like improving those breeding programs specifically in Cyprus? I think it was mentioned earlier. So will Cyprus can Cyprus be a leader, or may Cyprus still be a follower? So how do you judge this?
Thank you for the question. As you know, until now, the NGTs are considered to be GMOs. Cyprus is one of the most sensitive member states regarding the GMO legislation, and I can assure you that until now, no NGT technology was used, at least for breeding. Maybe some colleagues in the universities try to experiment with NGTs, but for the public sector and the breeding companies, no NGTs are still in action or experimented with. Hopefully, in the event that the proposal is agreed, I'm sure that NGTs will be an initiative to work with these technologies and produce new varieties much faster than we can do now.
Thank you. I understood from Xenia. I should go back to Jessica. No. Okay. Thank you. But maybe I just go back to Jessica. You've heard the presentation of Mariette on the results or the ongoing research in our GeneBEcon project on potato with improved starch quality and also virus resistance. How do you think can these kind of Horizon Europe projects facilitate maybe the dialogue, but also discussions on political level from your perspective?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you also for the presentation. I think that this is the kind of several good example of how we can exchange in science and research and politics and different actors within the field. I think that is a good example for how we also can continue to have fact-based discussions and show concrete examples about the genomic technique, how we can provide solutions to many problems. And I think that we also have to reach out to the citizens and the public, because I think there is a misunderstanding of this is about. As we talk about new genomic techniques, I think that many that is not aware of what it really means. Maybe we should think that this could be a bit worrisome and to be not the solution of the problem in itself. So I think it is important that I have also worked together with a colleague from a different political group. I also arranged seminars back because I think that it is important to raise the level of awareness and knowledge about this. So I think this is a very good example, and this project can be very helpful in that regard.
Thanks a lot. That's very encouraging, of course, also for our project. And I guess I can speak for all the project partners that we are happy to engage in those dialogues and discussions. If we can facilitate also the political discussions with this. I come back to Marius. So the broader political discussions and in which also the NGTs have been, let's say, positioned, where of course the European Farm to Fork strategy with all its ambitious sustainability goals. So when we look at the recent political developments, so at least from my perspective, I have the feeling there's a shift, so a bit from sustainability more into the direction of food security, food affordability. Also, if we look at the political crisis like the Ukraine war, etc. Do you think sustainability is still the major point of discussion also when we talk about NGT? So is there still this close political link? Or what role can NGTs maybe also play in this shifting political discussions?
question. I think sustainability is always a key aspect towards the viability of the planet and the human beings that are on the planet. So shifting towards a greener, more effective production practices which respect sustainability in general. I mean, environmental, economical, societal aspects. The NGT can deal with several issues which cannot be settled under the existing practices. The green architecture of the new common agricultural policy, which is my main, let's say, task, and I see that today. We see that the consumer awareness, the need to produce healthier products, the need to minimize chemical inputs in the production procedure of the primary sector, and also the minimization of antibiotics are serious problems and concerns which can be addressed by new technological tools and to adopt practices like precision agriculture, organic farming, and integrated production management schemes. So in this respect, and under the conditions that have been set during our discussions in the council meeting, which Andreas is following, but also our minister has said in different council and his ministerial speech a few minutes ago. We believe that these NGTs may have an important role to play in the years to come as soon as the sensitivities and the unknown side effects can be evaluated and demonstrate that there are no risks at all. I mean, from my previous background, working in pesticides were also an innovation 50 years ago. So we have put them in our lives, and now we can see all these regulatory issues, how to remove them. So we need to get lessons from our historical, let's say, from our history on what's happening now and what could happen in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And you mentioned the council discussions, and maybe this is a question to both of you because I understand you are really following the discussion. So what are the major issues in the discussion in council? So what is kind of maybe red lines, or where do you see, or how do you look at the proposal in the council? What are the major points?
All member states has a red line or two that they are not ready to go behind. In our opinion, Cyprus has two major issues. The first one is coexistence, because as a small island, we don't have the huge and vast cultivation areas that so we have the opportunities to have, let's say, dead zones between organic farming or conventional farming, or even the most importantly, the Natura concentration areas. So the general rules that apply now for the GMO legislation do not allow Cyprus to cultivate NGTs even if they are agreed upon tomorrow. So one of our red lines is the coexistence. We strongly believe that the Commission has to regulate in specific terms the coexistence, and they mentioned already that they have physical barrier solutions and various other solutions that they are going to be discussed in the next discussions. And also another important issue for us is the patentability. We've seen, as Mario said, we have to learn from our history. We've seen what happens with strict patents with Monsanto. We had hundreds of people committing suicide because they bankrupted. We don't want to see this happening in Europe. We need to have a very strict and precise legislation regarding patenting. So especially small farmers and SMEs and small breeders, public breeders should have the ability to use NGTs as crossing material and to be able to produce local varieties with this without the excessive monetary requirements from the company.
And is this a topic which is shared by many member states?
Yes, actually the patentability was discussed yesterday at the working party, and from what I understand, it's still discussed today. So there were many member states that had the issue of patents want to be resolved. It's a major issue for everyone, especially for the smaller states.
I just got the message that there's also an interest from the audience involved in the discussion. So if you allow, I would ask again Justus to make a comment or ask a question.
I just would like Michael Wessler, Professor for Agricultural Economics and Foreign Policy at Wageningen University in the Netherlands. I'd just like to make a comment on what you have mentioned with the farmer suicide. This story is is often repeated in the public debate, but the empirical evidence doesn't support this observation at all. And what the studies show, and this has been particularly of interest for India, that the suicide rates among those farmers that were able to have access to BT cotton in relative terms is much lower than the suicide rates that we observe among other farmers. So the technology in India has reduced the suicide rates and has not increased.
Thanks, Justus, for the clarification. Is there any other participant in the room who would like to ask this? Yes.
In Cyprus, we have a new working with the Department of Agriculture, and especially for the creation for the new proposal plant protection products. So in the new risk assessment report of the European Union, there is a paragraph about NGTs, and it says that the studies shows a decrease of pesticide use when you use NGTs, but decrease of herbicides. And there are no numbers in this. How much is the decrease of trees? So how ready are you for these use to reduce the chemicals, and is this actually the best available technology, as you mentioned before? Thank you.
So I guess this is a question to our project, and I asked our project partners to maybe comment on that. I just saw.
I'm happy to comment on this on the introduce. I will later talk about this as well in my presentation. Now, we have looked into the changes in pesticide use with respect to the adoption of GMOs. That is where we have the empirical evidence for. But we can conclude from this also something that may apply to the NGTs. Now, when we look at the herbicide use, what we observe, they have, in the case for herbicide-resistant crops, a decrease in the use of active ingredients with high environmental impacts. So glyphosate, in comparison to the alternative pesticides being used, has lower toxicity rates than the alternative pesticides. And that is what we have to look at. We have to look at the active ingredients and their toxicity rates. And they have gone
down with the introduction of herbicide-resistant crops. And again, there's a lot of empirical evidence. And later in my presentation, I have also some references there. If you are interested, I'm happy to share this empirical evidence.
Thanks a lot. And I guess the Commission in their proposal has also kind of addressed the topic of herbicide tolerance, which I understand, and maybe you can confirm this is also an issue for some member states that they don't want those products to be developed.
Yeah, very correctly said. In the last two meetings, many member states request the herbicide-resistant NGTs to be removed from the list of products that should be seeked for and designed for future farming. They are afraid that this gene escaping to the wildlife would cause many problems to various Natura areas that they are all over Europe. So even though that herbicide resistance was one of the traits required at the beginning of the proposal from the Commission, now it seems like that it's going to be excluded as a main key for selection.
Thanks a lot. Any other question from the audience?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Professor Feldbonang. I'm professor of food law from the University of Bayreuth and also part of the GeneBEcon project. When we talk about the patentability of seeds, I was wondering, your voice was very keen on precise wording. So the question that I would have to you is, when you target patentability, are you also talking about plant breeding rights and variety rights? Because those are usually distinct from property rights and from intellectual property rights. So if we debate that, the question is then, would you also compromise, or is it debated that will compromise on plant breeding variety rights, or what is that in the debate? That would be very interesting. Thank you very much.
What is now discussed is the way that NGT products should be patented. There was no discussion regarding the breeders' rights. This should not be even discussed because breeders should and would receive their rights. What is discussed is the ability through patent to forbid several traits to be free in the market. This is what most member states are afraid of, and not the breeders' rights. Breeders' rights are, as the word implies, they are rights for the work done by a breeder, and it should be conserved. What it is discussed is the way that is trade is gonna be available or not available to market, to the breeders, and what the effect is going to be on the farmers. Because as we know, in UK, in Canada, and the US and Australia, an example is that farmers are not allowed to reseed their own crops, but this is a right that the European farmers kept, and they are at least allowed to use their own seed, at least a percentage of their own seed for the next year. So even though we are talking, we might think that this is not so big for small farmers and even small medium farmers. This is a very big part of their budget. So if they are at least allowed to keep 20 or 25% of their own seed for the next year seeding, it's a big issue. So if the patent implemented, it's like the US patent, for example, they are not allowed at all. They are even fined if they try and keep their own seed for the next year. So this is what is discussed and not the breeder's rights.
Thanks a lot. I think we need to somehow conclude the discussion, maybe with the last question to the three panelists from my side. So maybe if you can shortly mention what would be your expectations or your wishes for, let's say, the upcoming months, also the political discussions, and also your wishes. Maybe Jessica, if you would like to start.
It was a bit of background, but I think that you have wishes for the future was about the political questions, right?
Yes, indeed, your wishes for the future procedure and to for the political process.
Yeah, I think, of course, that we will have a productive and fruitful discussion within the Parliament, and I think that it is a possibility really to be science-based in the upcoming discussions. And had a bit of a big connection with what I listened to earlier. I think that has also touched upon what will be the discussions within the political parties as well, considering that I know that many members reached out and said explicit that there will be different concerns from different member states depending on what their possibilities are, and also in regard to have in mind what the big leaders and what the small and medium-sized ones. So I think that is also a perspective that I think is very important to keep in mind. But I do want this to be possible here within the European market, because I think in the end it's about the European competitiveness and possibility for European farmers to be producing in a very efficient and in a good manner. And again, I think it's what we have to put on the table that is the key in terms of kinds of war and for. I think we need to find a discussion and tell the whole story, not just take parts out of it, but it's suitable for your political purposes. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Marius.
Well, I understand the wishes of every member state will be to have a consensus that will be based on the scientific evidence, but also to the amazingness of the society. So it's very important for all of us to be transparent, to work towards the communication we give, the information we give back to the consumers. Because whatever we invent, whatever tools we put in place, whatever available, let's say, technology, innovation is in the market, without the market willingness to adopt it, then it will be, let's say, just for the few farmers that will just be innovative and taking the few steps forward. So these are our wishes. Thank you.
Anything to add from your side?
From my perspective as a breeder, I can't wait to use NGTs, but the legislation should be bulletproof, let's say, and future-proof. So if the concerns of member states for transparency and traceability and it's adopted by the public, then we would be very glad to use it.
Thanks a lot. I think we should give a hand to our panelists. Sharing insights and thoughts. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, thank you very much. Now we'll go for a short break. We're a bit late scheduled, but I thank you very much for your attentive presentation here. Thank you, Mr. Minister, and all the dignitaries from the ministry. We will continue right after the break at 11:30 with more technical specifications, how LGTs can be used, and resolve of the issues we have seen this morning. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we discussed this already.
Now we're going to move into the more scientific part. So I would like to invite Johan Robbins and Evelyn Ellison. Evelyn is the research group leader of small livestock husbandry of the Animal Sciences Group at the Plants Research Institute for Agricultural and Fisheries and Food in Belgium. And she specializes in water health, nutrient requirements, relationship between nutrition and climate, emissions and expressions, and product quality. She's also the president of the World Water Science Station in Belgium and an active member of the European Water Science Association. So the next speaker is a joint session is Johan Roberts. He's the leader of the Unit Blue Biotech and Food Integrity at the same institute as Evelyn. And he focuses on the valorization of marine resources for short to the market applications in agriculture industry. And they both will illustrate the potential of microalgae for human, animal, and social health. So with that, we have the floor. Thank you.
Introduction and welcome to the program. I will tell you something. In my talk, I will address the potential of microalgae in food. And the first question you ask is, why should we try to eat microalgae and why there is actually a need for alternative foods? I have mentioned here on the slides different reasons why. First thing is food security. Means we should provide food today, tomorrow, next year, also in 50 and 100 years. We see an increase in world population. There is a real need. Everybody has enough good needs and can have a food and a balanced diet. Another aspect is the food need consists. So because of climate reasons, we should go away from the CO2 producing products like meat, and we should go to alternatives that are more environmental friendly. Here you see some schemes about the production for water for CO2. If you compare meat, which is always extreme, versus plants like microalgae. Another important aspect why do microalgae? There is make demand from the vegetarians and vegans to have these products. This makes a lot of mind. The microalgae is a different organism. Differentiates from the macroalgae seeds. So in general, when we talk about algae, we talk about microalgae and about macroalgae. Now, this is what really talks about microalgae. Microalgae has a lot of species and mentioned here. The number is huge, between 200,000 and 800,000. And they can be grown, you see in photoreactors, also in open ponds. And why do we think that algae is a good source of the future? There are different reasons for that. You can see, and I will mention also in the next slides, the quality and quality of the nutritional aspects of microalgae are very good. We also have some technical features. They contain a lot of micronutrients, bioactive products. So this is actually a high potential. Here on the slide seeing some more facts. You look to first, I guess you need a good protein source. So microalgae often contain 50% or more proteins. Quantity is one aspect. Also, the quality is important. The quality of proteins is excellent. What is the amount of essential amino acids? The essential amino acid is an amino acid that cannot be produced by a human or an animal, so it should be provided by an external source. Algae also have some important macronutrients, omega-3 and omega-6. so they contain high levels, and some algae also have high level fibers. We also have important techno-functional aspects. What does that mean? You can use microalgae during cooking. You can use them for gelation. I think some of you know the use of agar. You can emulsifying, can have some foaming capacities, and some have capacity to solverize water or to reach emulsification. So these are all important aspects. Why we think this will be the food of the future? But what do you see? The market is very difficult to find microalgae containing foods, and if you find the level is very, very low. And one of the reasons is what you see in the extract of a scientific paper. That's one of the many. And you also have official documents from ministries that have the same claim. And what did they say? It's going here to read. So all threefold higher alcohol saturation result in negative effects on color and flavor, which decreases consumer acceptance. So what they say is, don't add too much algae because the taste will be bad, and consumers will not accept it. This is something we completely disagree with. We think this is the wrong choice of algae for the food production. And that's actually why we have focused on how can we assess the taste of algae and how can we include consumers who have high acceptance. And here in one slide I show you how to objectively assess taste of algae. This is just one slide, but it was actually a 4 years Interact project and a PhD and a lot of work, but I show it in one slide. So the two things, we have an input and trained expert panel. These people are able to quantify the taste. So they taste microalgae, and they don't say I like it or I don't like it, but they say umami is 2, salt is 1, bitter is 2. And so you have an objective quantification of the taste. That's one thing. We also have a lab in which we can measure all no aromas, no compounds that do contribute to taste. And with all the information, what we can do is, for our algae, we can set up kind of a taste profile. Here you see such a taste profile. So the analysis and the score of the experts score on certain attributes. So you see here, for example, the phase or the crab odor or the crab phase. So depending on the microalgae, so we have here for different microalgae, we have another profile. Here you see the floral phase. This is produced by one of microalgae Tunariella. Other phase or others like the crab phase is produced like Pipasaurus. So for each algae, we have a specific profile, and we want to match actually these profiles with the corresponding food products. We also include consumers. Here you see some pictures of a consumer panel meetup. This actually discussion what is the perception of consumers and if they buy what do they look, should you include a label all the details and so on. So by this we also try from the beginning to include how is the perception of consumers for the better acceptance of algae product. And then we have also made some of these products ourselves, also collaboration with some companies. So here we have made some vegan mayonnaise. Here you see the fish bouillon. The fish bouillon was made with the salmons, a kind of crab, fish taste. Here you see these cookies, like these cookies in the Nutella. So it's a donut to match the different microalgae, the different profiles with corresponding food products. So if you want to make cookie, you don't use the salmon because of this taste. So, and I have here you see chlorella. Chlorella is here somewhere in the middle. So actually, chlorella has nuts and very express taste, and our taste panel considers often as the negative taste or a bad taste. So what you see, a lot of the products that are more contain chlorella, we think that that's actually a bad choice of algae. now in the market, see, we have only a few products on the market, and imagine in the beginning, we have like 200 to 800,000 different species of microalgae. What you see on the market is altogether maximum 10 algae or on the market. Borrelia spirulina is already a long time in the market. It's considered as traditional food from the volume food that stays. All the other algae I mentioned here are approved as normal food or in the procedure for approval. But this is really the bottleneck. At this moment, only the salmis is normal food. And here you see the other algae that are on the way. The reason why there's such a bottleneck is it's so expensive. Like the Peter Salmis, this dossier was submitted to EFSA by a Spanish company. The price was around 500,000. And often the microalgae business, as a new business, it's a big investment for actually a product you want to make, and you don't have any idea about the market. That's a real bottleneck. But this is about the wild type algae. But you're here at an GeneBEcon conference, and I think there's also a lot of potential in technology to improve actually all the features of our microalgae. So I did mention we have these taste profiles. With this NGP, it's actually possible to improve taste by having more pronounced crab taste, for example, but more realistic, for example, that you often microalgae have a bitter taste comparable with what we have seen for the mussels. If you could eliminate bitter gene and have a better tasting microalgae, this is potential in NGP technology. Also, you can increase the nutritional profile, and also this microalgae contain a lot of bioactive products. So actually, it should be possible with NGP technology to have a kind of super algae with a good taste, but also with a high amount of bioactives. But at this moment, here again, extra small about information, what done or not, it's actually an extra bottleneck for the algae food also. We now discuss about potential of microalgae feed. So similar bottlenecks we find here also from application of microalgae feed.
So I just referred to potential for animal and animal feed. So if you look in the literature, then you already can see that a lot of references are indicating that there is a big potential of using those microalgae in animal feeds. And what are main So what are the main advantages? So it's a little bit efficient. So the nutritional composition of those microalgae is very good used in animal feed. They also have a lot of health promoting effects, and they also contain carotenoids. So if you look at nutritional components, so we have shown already they have a very high protein content, and also the amino acid balance is very good. It's very good balance used in food of our animals. And high fat content, but also the ratio of the omega-3 towards the omega-6 is very good. So this can also be very important to improve the antibody, other antibiotics of the nutrition and so on. Furthermore, the health promoting effects, so there are some immunostimulating factors, and there are also factors that are increasing the gut health and improving the gut health of your animals. Such as antioxidants that are present, but also factors such as antibacterial or antifungal. They also contain a high amount of carotenoids. Carotenoids are important for your pigmentation. It can be a pigmentation of the legs, it can also be a pigmentation of the head. So in general, we can conclude that the composition of those microalgae are very promising, are very good and very attractive source. We have growth factors, nutrients, that can be used in animal food. So it can be used not only for poultry, but also for pigs, for cattle, for sheep, and for fishes. So it increases the performance of the animal, it also can enhance their metabolism, and it can also result, for example, in a higher omega-3 or polyunsaturated fatty acid content of the milk or of the eggs or of meat itself. And for example, for the poultry, it also improves the egg yolk color, and it can also improve the immune response of our animals. Let's start promising the positive aspects. There are also some bottlenecks or some barriers. And the first one is some say it's those microalgae have a really cell wall, so it's very hard to digest those microalgae. However, a lot of research already has been done on that, and now that can not destroy this. You want to disrupt with the cell wall. So in one of those techniques is proposed that they do, and here you can just see some results of cell destruction efficiency. It goes down from 10 towards 80%. So that is not really a bottleneck anymore. On the other hand, return on investment. At the moment, those microalgae are rather expensive, especially if you want to use them, for example, as an alternative protein source. So why the extreme processing is also the limited availability of the biomass we have. But at the moment, they are rather used as a food additive due to their health promoting effects. Or you can also use them in case of zero waste production. We already do also in GeneBEcon that we have new genomic techniques to improve functional factors in one and so on. So then we have a side stream or residual biomass. And that this residual biomass can also be validated and, for example, protein. So these microalgae are mostly used in this context, and like this, return on investment is high. And legislation. So microalgae can already be used. Not all of them. One already mentioned we have a lot of microalgae, and some of them can be used in food additive. However, if you use those new genomic techniques, then there's these are not allowed any meat of our animals. So therefore, my take-home message is microalgae have high potential for food as well as for meat. They also can give an added value in circular bioeconomy, and it's also an opportunity for the European challenge for the group bioeconomy. But regular demands and legislation are great bottlenecks for further development, and especially if we want to have to use the AGT. So therefore, we really need some actions because they have a bias. There are high investments that are done by the European Union for algae research. However, the ability of implementation is rather low. To adapt regulations to allow microalgae, especially the enriched microalgae, so we have further benefits and so this legislation should be less complex. And by this, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Evelyn. Are there any questions from the audience? No? Okay. Then we go to the next presentation, which is about harnessing the potential of microalgae for circular bioeconomy applications by Michalis Kouzinas, who is the Associate Professor and Department Chair of the Chemical Engineering at the Cyprus University of Technology. And Michalis focuses on biomass bioconversion into added value, non-resistant biochemicals, biofuels, biomaterials. His background is in the environmental biotechnology, industrial technology, and biomass-based biomechanics. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. We would like to welcome you all in Masol University. I'm leading the environmental bioprocessing laboratory in the department of and myself, I'm a chemical engineer. And I develop applications in the cellular bioeconomy area, and I'm mainly focusing on industrial biotechnology applications, not only environmental biotechnology applications. My work actually is trying to accelerate this recycling process. The waste available back to resources using environmental friendly technologies that we develop in the lab. So we explored with these technologies several different types of organisms, including algae, and the use of NCP methods in order to improve the productivity of technologies that we also work with in the lab is also very relevant in industrial agriculture application environmental applications. So I'm just going to show two highlights of technologies that we have developed in the lab and we actually exploit algal strains. The first one is part of Marie Curie European project that we participate. The main goal here is to find bioprocesses, to develop bioprocesses in order to be able to remove bioplastics in a fast and efficient way. So bioplastics are categorized or classified with three different categories. These are molecules that are either bio-based, which they can be produced from biomass, or they can be biodegradable, no matter whether they are produced from biomass or from fossil sources, or molecules that fall in both categories. They are both bio-based and biodegradable. So the total production of bioplastics in 2020 was 2.1 million tons, which actually belongs to 12 main different types of commercial bioplastics. And the main uses of these molecules is mainly in packaging, so 59% of their use is in packaging, and the second sector by 13% is in agriculture. So the use of bioplastics, the life cycle of bioplastics actually has a minimum or even negative effect in terms of emissions. But at the same time, when bioplastics are exposed in the environment, when they are disposed in the environment, they have similar effects in the ecosystems as conventional ones. So they still form microplastics and nanoplastics, which are toxic to the ecosystem. At the same time, we can absorb pollutants, which increase the effect of the environment. So the approach we are following, the technology that we have been developing, is based on the synergy, on the positive synergy that algae have with bacteria. So algae can photosynthesize, which means that in the culture we produce oxygen, and bacteria are growing very fast. They can degrade an organic compound fast, at the same time produce CO2, which is consumed by algae. So we have been developing cultures of bacteria we have isolated both from natural sources and from wastewater treatment plants, together with specific algal strains in mixed cultures, and so far we have been getting quite promising results. So the demand to regard one plastic as biodegradable is to remove 90% of the carbon contained within 180 days, and we achieve values up to 66% removal in 90 days. We have the time that required. This is a new project, so just showing the results that we have so far. We have been developing techniques in order to be able to characterize the composition of the microbial culture that is formed, techniques that are able to show us the chemical structure effects on the surface of the plastics that are degraded, and also methods in order to be able to determine the release of microplastics in the reactor and the release of microplastics in environmental samples. So the second project that we work with algae in the lab is exploiting the biorefinery platform. So biorefineries follow the same concept as conventional oil refineries. So you get a feedstock which is a mixture of different constituents, biomass, bio-waste, and you try to separate, fractionate, purify, if you like, certain molecules from that mixture that they could be added in consumer products. And then you can use the rest of the organic content that remains in the fermentation process to try and produce products of high value. I would say to produce fermentable products in general. So in this specific project, we have developed a biorefinery that is exploiting two significant waste of the food industry sector in Cyprus. Residue that is associated with olive oil production, that is associated with table oils. Actually, we have developed a technology that is isolating oil phenols from that particular residues, which are molecules of high value that they could be added in other products to, we say, functional food products, for example. And then we feed the rest of the organic content to provide so far two different microalgae strains, which are able to produce fatty acids, and in some cases we achieve the production of omega-3 fatty acids. So the main conclusions, the main message I would like to convey is that we can exploit algae in this particular issue of industrial biotechnology and environmental biotechnology in order to meet the objectives of circular bioeconomy. And the techniques, the NCP techniques that are used and are promoted in this project are very relevant to increasing the efficiency of industrial production and of environmental protection. I would like to thank the three researchers in my lab that worked with algae, and what I would like to point out is that it's important to train scientists to have the skills to use these techniques for R&D and also to convey these techniques, process techniques to industry. We collaborated with quite a few companies in Cyprus to this particular sector. The specific sector in Cyprus is quite small. The majority of the existing companies use the so-called first generation valorization technologies like anaerobic digestion or composting, for example, to give added value to waste. But because of recent years' investment in innovation, there are small companies that have started producing innovative technologies in the field. And also larger companies, due to regulation, they have to change the grade of they are to try to valorize their. Thank you.
Thank you, Michalis, for giving us an overview of what is happening in Cyprus with respect to biorefineries. Any questions, Michalis? No, thank you. So now let's move towards some other aspects of HETs, the socio-economic aspect and the legal perspectives. With this, I would like to invite Justus Wessler. We have seen him already active. Thank you for that, Justus. Justus holds the chair in agricultural economics and rural policy at Wageningen University in the Netherlands. His research work is on economics and policies, and his major contribution focuses on the International Consortium of Applied Bioeconomy Research, member of the advisory board to the German Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and has been member of the EU high-level expert groups to assess the needs, potentials, visibility, and approach for an international platform for food systems science. So I think we're in very good hands, and please use this. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senior, for the very nice introduction. It is a great pleasure to share with you some of the research that I have done over the past 30 years related to technological change in agriculture. Now, what I will do in the next 8 minutes is talking about some expected impacts of new plant breeding technologies. And what I will do is I will focus on one at the farm level, expected impacts, consumer level, the environmental level, and then the economy-wide implications. Now, what most colleagues expect is that if we have new plant breeding technologies applied, that they result in an increase in productivity by reducing pests and diseases, improve nitrogen efficiency, enrich nutrients, and overall resulting in yield increases. We also expect that this will result in farm profits, and in particular, what research from the application of GMO shows us is that mainly small-scale farmers are the ones who are generating economic higher incomes in relatively terms more than middle or large-scale farmers do. Now, if you look at the past experiences with GMOs, there was a meta study done which is widely cited, and what the study does show that on average there was about 21% increase in yield, pesticide quantities and costs have been reduced, production costs did increase a little bit due to the higher expenditures for the seeds, but farm profits have increased substantially by about 70% among the farmers who had access to the technology and adapted it. Now, we did an assessment on looking into what we have lost by delaying the introduction of new technologies in 3 of the major crops, corn, wheat, and rice. And depending on how you do the simulation analysis, you see that these losses in welfare can be between 10 to 30 billion US dollar per year in the case of corn. For wheat, it's even higher, up to 40 billion US dollar. And for rice, we observe the highest level of foregone benefits by not introducing technologies that are practically available, like BT rice resistant to the plant hopper or insect resistant rice, and that accumulates about 80 billion. And at the lower range, it was about a little bit 32 billion US dollar per year. So these are substantial amounts. Now, further, when we look at the farm level, what we also observe and what we expect is there's an increase in independence. So farmers, what studies show in particular, like to have, while they widely adopt the insect herbicide-resistant rices, insect-resistant crops, this creates a peace of mind, and in particular, it has supported small-scale farmers and part-time farmers. Weed management has become substantially easier for them. Then it also has the potential to increase the range of crop varieties by also introducing new improvements in what we call orphan crops that are all elected by plant breeders, but with NGT technologies their more applications will become possible. And then a wider range of crop management practices are also expected to materialize. Well, there are possible issues, access to the technology, we have heard this in the morning already, coexistence policies, and then what are the implications for market differentiation, and then often some concerns that are raised in the debates.
Now, if we look at the consumer level, then again looking also at experiences from other technologies in agriculture, the food price effects, they either may increase less, so the increase in food prices will be reduced with the introduction, or they may even decrease. What we also observe, and that is again related to the experiences with GMOs, is that in particular low-income households have been the main beneficiary of introducing these technologies, and we expect the same for the NGTs. And in particular, when we look at Africa, for example, that the children who were the ones among the household members that were benefiting the most. There's a lot of empirical evidence on this. Then we have food quality effects, so longer shelf lives, and with this reduced food waste. We observe enriched micronutrients, or that is expected, and then for specialty crops that also have positive health effect. Then further, we may have a larger variety of foods, larger fresh food variety, more local foods as they become relatively more competitive in many cases, and what I already was mentioning, the organ crops. So again, an increase in food variety, then differentiation, in particular with enriched micronutrients and the specialty crops that I mentioned before. Now, if we look at the environment, then what we expect, based again on previous research and as well as the crops that are currently under investigation according to the database, there's research on about 70 different crops using CRISPR-Cas methodologies, that we observe an increase in biodiversity due to lower pesticide and reduced land use, then perhaps reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as often the crops allow also to apply what we call reduced tillage, and reduced tillage has been linked with decreasing greenhouse gas emissions. And then again, due to the increase in productivity, we expect that land use will be reduced. Also, an increase in soil quality through reduced soil erosion, as well as an increase in soil biodiversity due to the reduced use of pesticides, and linked to this is also the increased water quality that is expected. Now, when we look at the greenhouse gas emission effects of the NGTs, they may play a very important role. If you look at the farm to fork strategy, and what the implications of that strategy for greenhouse gas emissions will be, then there's one study, perhaps at this point in time the most detailed, that looked into these effects. And first of all, what they estimated in their study, we have a reduction in carbon dioxide equivalent emissions within the European Union, but then we have, due to the spillover effects through land use and land use change and forestry, an increase in greenhouse gas emissions in other parts of the world, and we have direct leakage effects to other parts of the world, and then the greenhouse gas emission effect reduces to minus 11 million carbon dioxide equivalent tons. This does not include, that is what we also critically mentioned, the land use change effects as a result of the changes in leakage due to these effects. So they conclude that basically, if we take that in addition, that the greenhouse gas emissions may even increase with the current situation of the implementation of the farm reform strategy. Now, if we look at the economic-wide effects, again, increasing welfare is expected for poor farmers and poor households, children, but the effects will be, there will be a regional distribution. It does not mean that this will always observe at every place in the world, and there will be definitely also a first mover advantage. Now, along the value chain, again, intellectual property right management will become a very important issue.
the benefits will be affected by what kind of regulatory environment in the different regions of the world will be present, and it also may have then implications for international trade that is taken into consideration. Looking at some of the economic studies on the farm to fork impacts, again, what the study showed is basically conversions on the implications that in general farmers may benefit within the European Union from the farm to fork strategy, but overall welfare will decrease due to the increase in food prices that is expected. And in particular, again, this will harm low income households. So there's at this point in time among the economists common agreements, while the numbers within the respective studies, of course, do differ depending on what kind of modeling approach being used. Now, coming back to NGTs and how they may affect the economy wide. In the models that we are using, the model R&D as a stock that is commonly done in the economic literature. And what we expect is that with the introduction of NGTs, the stock variable of research and development will increase, and access to the market will be faster. So this here is a distribution how we currently have the research stock and its spillover effects into the economy model with the current databases, and we expect that this distribution will move to the left, meaning to say the research stock will increase faster, and the translation of the research into practical applications will also increase. And we have seen, for example, the presentation of the potatoes, where there was one of the arguments that the application of NGT will make it faster to develop new potatoes. We expect the same for the microalgae and also for other crops where research on using these technologies is done. So to conclude, when we look at the Green Deal and the farm to fork objective, with the current technological level that is available, it seems to be not possible to achieve the objectives of this of the farm to fork strategy and the Green Deal. So more needs to happen. And that is in the hand basically of the policymakers. We have the technologies available, but policymakers have the responsibility to make to help to translate them into applications, and where new plant-breeding technologies can be one of the tools to make it happen that we can achieve the Green Deal objectives. With this, I'd like to finish my short presentation and happy to take questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justus, for pointing out that the research, the scientific, the technologies are there, but the policy part is lagging behind. And we are, the data speak for themselves. Thank you for that. We will conclude the presentations with the last short presentation by Kai Burthagen. Kai is a professor at the Faculty of Life Sciences and the Law Faculty and Director of the Institute for German and European Food Law at the University of in Bavaria. He works in European international trade law. Most of his work relies in applying insights from the social, natural sciences to law. So we have a lawyer here. That's also interesting. And that's one of the strengths of GeneBEcon project. So, Kai, we are very interested to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, can you hear me? Is the microphone working? Right. So, thank you very much for giving the opportunity to speak. For a lawyer to speak when we talk about regulations, I think that's not a very unimportant contribution. So after listening to particular users for the data and arguments that we've heard, one way to figure out why actually we've been having all these regulations in the past. We've been doing it all about these regulations, looking into the practice of technology that have. And I'll try to also answer that question in my presentation. And here we go. So I would kind of go with you to a different, a bit of a story about first how it now all of a sudden, why it is on the table and we're talking about these regulations at all, have been in place for such a long time. Second, I would also like to look into some of the potential obstacles and reasons behind them from societal perspectives and also the benefits. Third, I will look also into the economic aspects. Now, I'm not going to talk about uses has been doing, but also on the business side. Finally, look into where we actually are at the moment with the legislation and the legislative training. So let me start first with the backgrounds and why we all of a sudden, from a legislative perspective, we're talking about this. And I won't spend much time. Everyone of you knows the European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy, which is put sustainability center stage. And for some, it came as a surprise, also when you look at the Farm to Fork strategy, that new green technologies actually contribute to sustainability. It is mentioned this in a very, very brief aspect, but certainly within the discussions, all of a sudden it turned out that it actually wasn't all about. And that is why we're very happy that we're also talking about the change of the GMO regulation in that respect, in order to make it possible to achieve the so important deals of the Farm to Fork strategy. Because that is, I think, has become quite clear, without the possibility to also enable new technologies such as one of these technologies, it won't be possible to reach these very things. Now, we're still discussing what kind of sustainability we're actually talking about, also from a legal perspective. We don't know, because there's so many different aspects of sustainability, there's so many different possibilities of how to define sustainability. And that is one of the major discussions at the moment going on at the legislative level. So this is exactly center stage. What happens to other aspects of the law? What happens to health? What happens to safety? Which kind of relationship do they actually? Is something that's health, not sustainable? Should there still be permitted? Is something that's sustainable but not healthy? So that is permitted. So those are the kind of discussions that at the moment are going on and are very important to make. Now, in the proposal, we've seen that the legislature, and this is the person, the institution that can talk about and decide about the issue, that sustainability should play a role, and in entities, particularly with the shortage approval procedure. This is one of the aspects that has been in the proposal. And second, there are exemptions in the proposal for those which are also likely to occur in nature. This is what is 20 days, for example. I know it's available, we talked about this. I'm just a lawyer, just trying to find what the reasons are behind these respective arguments. Now, let's look into societal issues. We listen to all these benefits. Why is it the case actually that we are having these discussions? Why did we start from a different perspective? Now, one is basically one major reason that has also become very clear in the past, let's say 10 to 15 years, it's psychology. Because in psychology, we've seen that human beings, particularly legislators, are prone to certain decision errors. And they have been studied now very intensively. We know much more about these than we used to know about 20 or 30 years ago. What drives these kind of decisions? And we'll look into this a bit further down the road. Now, the next issue is religion. Also, we have these whole discussions on how much can we actually, interfere with the occurs naturally. And that is this next issue. What is natural? Now, we also know much more, and I think we also transform much more about into society that we actually realize that naturalness in itself is not as clear-cut as we've understood. And it is also important to understand most of the techniques we're using are natural. Or, put it the other way around, what we perceive deliberately as natural is not natural at all anymore these days. And therefore, the discussion also has shifted a bit. We have to also think about how we talk about this. Why is the issue for law? Because unnaturalness is a trigger for specific regulations. That's also something we need to do. Then we have ethical issues. I also touch upon this. And those basically surround the question: what happens if something goes wrong? So let's say if you, for example, use new genomic techniques on animals, and something goes wrong. What to do with the animal if something went wrong? What to do with the plant if something goes wrong? It's much ethically more accepted to dispose of a plant to dispose of an animal, for example. So this is something that we all have to talk about. And last but not least, which has also been come up in the last 3 or 4 weeks of particular discussions, participation of the public, because this has also been an issue in the past.
simply explain what we're doing, to simply participate in the procedure, because otherwise we'll face what we see with other technologies in the past, strong opposition, which are in many ways unreasonable. Now, if we look into the economic aspects, we can see a lot of legislative capture according to these decision areas that they're talking about. We see sort of status quo bias, that we like to maintain what we have, even if the one that is new will bring more benefits. We have a naturalist better heuristic. We always think that natural processes are better than another process, although new processes might prove to have better results. We see a confirmation bias. We only like to hear opinion that actually confirm our previously formed opinion. So that's what we're always looking for, these kind of arguments that only confirm what we know already. And we disregard other opinions. We have a commitment bias. That means once we've said something and committed to an issue, we don't like to be part of this, even if we have new knowledge about these issues. We have sort of loss aversion. We value what we have much more than what we lose, than what we can gain. The availability heuristics, what we have, is something that we value much, much more. Probability neglects, we rather look into probabilities that are big and that are near, rather than those probabilities which are actually further away, but most likely to occur. And we have a trade-off neglect. We also tend to understand only that this impacts ourselves very, very quickly, and not what might be an issue in the far future. Climate change is a difference than the current health effect from corona, for example. Now, how is that actually also been in the proposal been dealt with? We have a waiving of fees for small and medium enterprises. This sets some incentives also for them to go on the market. And we have a shortening of the authorization procedure in certain areas. And last but not least, where are we with the change in the legislation? Well, at the moment we have the Commission proposal, which is out there and being discussed. Now starts what's called informal trialogue. So when we talk to people at the moment, it's important to actually be at that stage where we have the informal trialogue and negotiations stages. So only when this is finished, then we go to the adoption of the legal act. And so it is very important now to keep on talking to people, to keep on talking to what we talk about, and to what we're doing, to bring the information out. The decision is done elsewhere, we cannot decide, but the important is at the moment of the legislative procedure to keep on talking, bring the evidence about. Now, the proposal is a step in the right direction. Much can change and has to change. It is important to maintain a workable regulation. We need to work a bit on participation in order to be more inclusive of changes of the respective regulation. But it's very important to maintain all these issues. We look at the data, and if we know that these biases exist, we know that we have these decision failures. And last but not least, you need to act smart. You really think about what you do, use data that has to be measured decisions and controlled by you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kai, very much for your speech and showing us where are we with the legislation approach and procedures. So now we are going to move into the panel discussion. This is the last session of our Science-Policy Symposium. I would invite, we already have Kai from Justus, thank you, Jan-Erik, Evelyn, Michalis, and Dennis will be chairing the panel. Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much to all of you. It's very interesting presentations. And we have, let's see, we have one here on the panel which has not been speaking today. So maybe we should allow him to introduce himself. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm speaking because I'm speaking in breaking the research of marine standards. as an potato breeder, and I'm working at the breeding house.
Thank you. So I recall, we heard earlier today in this symposium that there was a quote like it said, with great knowledge comes great responsibility. And I would say here at the table we have a lot of great knowledge. So we're going to discuss the responsibility nowadays. But I would like to start with a more extended quote by the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen. I mentioned it very briefly in my opening statement today, but I would like to, it's a very good quote, I like it very much, because she said 2 weeks ago to the European Parliament that the European farmers are the custodians of the countryside, protectors of ancient customs and traditions, yet many are also pioneers of a new kind of agriculture. They are adopting new technologies from satellites to drones to increase yields, bring down costs. This is why we, so the Commission, have put forward a proposal on new genomic techniques to give more clarity to researchers and more options for farmers. And we will put our technological progress at the service of our agriculture, and of course. Now, to the last, the word agriculture, we'll also add aquaculture, as we've heard about the potential of microalgae today. So maybe we should start with, I would like to start to talk a little bit more about microalgae and the stuff here in Cyprus. So, Michalis, please, we have seen a little bit about potential for microalgae already, but would you say, let's say, can I ask you to reflect a little bit about the potential to scale up, let's say, to scale up an industrial scale? And what are, for example, obstacles in terms of investment? Is it a lot of costly investment? You need a lot of instruments, a lot of infrastructure to scale up? And is this an obstacle, or is it a cheap technology? Let's say, regardless of the NDT, as the production system.
I would say that one of the main problems in industrial technology in general is how competitive in terms of cost products, agri products cost competitive. So in that particular technology in terms of algae, the same thing applies that you need to improve the cost effect. So the facilities are quite expensive compared to conventional systems, and you need to further improve this particular aspect. Now, in terms of if I was allowed to make the connection with entities relevant to microalgae production processes, because microalgae can become a bioreactor, which is a closed system, that would require to deactivate the cells, activate your what's coming out of the system, so require diversity after you dispose refuse. So you can use conventional techniques like those in wastewater treatment plants, like chlorine from to make sure that what we release in the environment will be safe. That's a concern that has to be considered if we're talking about industrial agriculture.
Okay, thank you. So that would eliminate an environmental concern in contained production. But can I ask you also to reflect, and I would invite Kevin also to reflect on this, if there are any, would there be any environmental concerns with an NGT microalgae in open, production?
If you're using an open system, then you have the proper assessment to ensure that disposal plan will be the same. So you need to go through all the checks as you do, I guess, especially like agriculture. So impact assessment would be much more important.
But this would add to cost also, I imagine. Is let's say we have heard before about the regulatory requirements being there is an economic cost to the regulatory requirements. So does this add a lot of weight to the economy? Let's say, does it add some burden on the incentive to invest in this technology, or is it something that can be easy to manage?
Cost is one thing. So we need to make sure that it's in low cost and we preserve the environment, preserve future. We have to do all these three at the same time. So not only look into cost. I'll give an example which is quite recent. We found out last few weeks that those paper straws that we use, or bamboo straws that we use for drinks, they actually contain PFAS. So we did the shift from using plastic straws to those ones, the paper ones that say use now very fast, without doing proper impact assessment. So we realized after a few months that using these paper straws that they can be even more dangerous, both for the environment and for our human health, because we take PFAS by using it. So we need to be fast, we need to be cost effective. At the same time, we have to solve, as we chemical engineers say, a multi-objective optimization problem. So we should not solve this problem by looking only at the objective of minimizing cost, but look at the rest of the environmental impact.
So isn't it very important to look at all different aspects? And it goes because more important, we want to look at the number of resources, look at the food source, plus then we are going to look at food space. There's a way we are already happening, so we can learn to support the people and because that's so this visual elements. So it can already start to make reason for difference. Whether we do not go to government, the resources are more important. Rather than have big steps and
Thank you. I see there are other, let's say, other strands of legislation involved here also, not only legislation. And I think we need to continue, I think, discussing environmental impacts issue, and not the concerns or risks or anything, but the impact can go both ways. We need to perhaps discuss a little bit more about the economy also, but I'm not involved in the people on the table. So Justus, you said something about the cost of not using. You showed a very nice figure, a very nice research on the cost of not using the technology. But that's just a reflection to myself that the analysis is based on a lot of different assumptions. Assumptions on adoption, on acceptance levels, and so on. So maybe you can reflect on that.
Thank you, Dennis. These, of course, are important issues that need to be considered when trying to do this kind of assessment, whether we do ex post analysis, what we have done, what has been forward, or if we look into the future, which is related then what you were pointing out with respect to acceptance. So how quickly does the new technology move through our economies? And as I have already mentioned, so there will be a regional differentiation definitely happening. Some regions may move faster than other regions. And this normally we take in our models into consideration. So we expect, for example, in the United States, Australia, Canada, that the NGTs will reach a market earlier than the European Union. Farmers not immediately adapt the technology. We know from other technologies that NGTs are not different, but it takes time. You have an what we call an S-shaped adoption curve here first. Some farmers who start with this, and then we have rapid adoption, and then it takes a little bit more time. And we know this from tractor, we know this from hybrid maize adoption, we know this from BT corn adoption, etc. And we use these adoption functions and in our model to not assume that it is immediately, but it takes time, and it is regionally differentiated. What we also know that not all consumers will buy food products that have been generated, but there's also a certain percentage of consumers that will buy this, and this is normally what we factor into our models. We know, for example, that those who are more interested in organic food products or vegan consumers, that they normally will not buy these products. We have to factor in the labeling costs if they will be introduced. These are also parts of the modeling exercises. And then again, that there will be also differences among consumer groups. You have consumers with higher household income and consumers with lower household income. And what this research shows that in particular consumers with higher household income, they are the ones who are more reluctant, while consumers with lower household income, they are the ones who, in quotation marks, care less because they are more concerned about the food prices than the differentiation of the technologies that have been used for food production. And what we can see from ex post analysis that particular low household income food consumers were the main beneficiaries of these technologies. And low-income farmers, we know this from the United States, from the introduction of the technologies there. That was for us a surprise. We thought it's the big guys, right? That they economically would benefit the most. So what our data showed that the farmers that have less than 20 hectares in the United States, economically speaking, income per farm, full-time farm equivalent worker was the highest among those groups, and these are normally also relatively poor farm households in the United States.
Okay, thank you very much for this clarification. So it's clear that when I was in Europe is a very diverse continent. So would you say that there is let's say differentiated impacts in different countries across Europe? So basically other countries in Europe will benefit more from this technology.
There will definitely be regional differentiation depending on what kind of specific crop you're working and what kind of pest and disease problem you are addressing. You know, for example, the European corn row is not a problem everywhere, and it's mainly a problem in corn, maize, maize production for seeds. So, and these are in particular regions, for example, that we find in Spain or in southern France. There are some smaller pots also in Germany where the European corn row is often issue. And we know this for other pests and diseases as well. So depending on the pest and disease, there will be differences in the adoption if the technologies will be available. But then also what we have discussed already, the regulatory environment will play a role. For example, what kind of coexistence policies may apply to the new technologies, and they can either be discouraging or they can be encouraging. And what we observe that in some countries, coexistence policies are extremely costly, so to say, that even if the technology may generate economic benefits through the coexistence policies, because they are expensive, farmers may not be willing to adapt the technology. And at this point in time, coming back to the presentation earlier this morning, the coexistence policies are not decided at the EU level, at least at this point in time. They are up to the member states. And I'm generally in favor of that member states can decide themselves what kind of coexistence policies they will have to cater their domestic markets. And I think that also may be something that we should also consider for MGTs, that we should go ahead with the approval with this dossier of the European Commission. But then member states have a lot of freedom to also implement policies at national level. And some countries want to go restrictive, don't want it, like Austria, and some other countries like Sweden or Estonia, who are more positive, they can have a different policy environment that encourage adoption.
Yes, thank you. That is kind of encouraging. But we also say that coexistence policies are design to some extent nationally, because that provides the opportunity to Cyprus to design their own coexistence policy. As we heard in the morning, that coexistence is a red line for Cyprus. And there was another red line noted here. It's a coexistence of one, and the second one was patent or patent issue. We can discuss that a little bit because I think it's quite important. But just a reflection from back to the microalgae side, that these two issues are obviously, or red lines, they obviously refer to agriculture, but are these kind of red lines is concern for the microalgae side also? Maybe not coexist, especially not be contained. Yes, obviously, but patent, for example, is that something of concern for the microalgae business?
I think it is. So if someone owns, let's say, or a particular strain, if you notify this strain, who has the, is it the original patent, it's small strain, or the new strain that has been acquired? I'm not the most expert in this particular topic, but I see that this might be which probably produce a new strain from existing.
Yeah, would you like to comment also before we ask the microphone?
I wanted to say maybe we can ask them.
So, Kai, what do you say? Is there a gap in legislation? Do we need to improve the legislation? To clarify who owns the strain and how it works.
Okay. Patent questions, particularly we talk about CRISPR applications, have been in front of the US in new courts now for the last 5 and 6 years, and both have followed different approach in technology patents technologies. Now, what's probably correct is that both decisions, both authorities have been subject to criticism from both sides. No one is happy. And that is something that we see with all kinds of regulatory compromise at the moment. Critical technology escapes the regular regulatory boxes that we know. So, for example, while US courts usually look into who was the first one to apply that technology, that person gets rights. The European courts looks into novelty itself of the respective technology. And that has also been debated because the question is it novelty enough if you use something that happens in nature only to make it applicable in your laboratory instead of novelty? So those are all questions which are basically unresolved. And so going back to the question, and then also this discussion we had this morning, how does it actually relate to breeders' rights? Because those are two different separate distinctions. And we shouldn't forget, at the very beginning of our whole discussion, the Commission also made an argument that whenever something novel according to patent law, it should also be novel according to authorization law, which doesn't make sense at all. But that argument also been. So the question is, if there's a gap, right, in that respect, I would say there is something that needed clarification to produce a certainty that you see a lot of problems here, which also from the legal side, what is these actually happening, what sort of patent, what are the standards? It's not clear.
Okay, thank you. This is chipping us though.
Yeah, I'd like to to this. I think the patent issue is separately important. Intellectual property right protection via patents or human rights. And then there are other forms of property protection. And what is the right level there of property protection? That is, I would say, still an open debate. I think we have to be very careful just saying patenting is bad. Patents can be done in very different ways. For example, Wageningen University has again, some of the
CRISPR-Cas technologies, and Wageningen gives them freely available, right? Wageningen did this to protect that others would take up the data, right? That it would go into the private sector. So you can protect also markets via patent. And we know, for example, from pharmacy, and you know this here better than me, that there are other policy tools available to put patents into the public pool, that everybody can make use of these patents so that you don't privatize it. And so there are a lot of different mechanisms one can use it. It's not easy to come out there with a single answer. I agree with what has mentioned this morning. These issues definitely deserve attention. And I would also agree that the Commission has to look into this, how this should be addressed, as this is a concern raised by me.
Okay, thank you. Especially in terms of ownership and access to technology, because as let's say patents does provide for ownership to one of the patents, and is what your example with Wageningen, I imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine it's an example, but not really the most commonly used, at least not in the private sector.
So CRISPR-Cas, Berkeley has the same, and the Broad Institute, the message they use the same.
Okay, good point.
Just for a clarification background, if you ask for a patent, you have to disclose the way how the technology works. And that is then publicly available. And therefore, we have a lot of companies to the private sector. They have a new invention. They don't patent it anymore because they don't want to give away the knowledge. Giving something away for free without patent is also a possibility. The information outside of the first side of the company. And therefore, this is quite an interesting development. And so what we may see is that there's actually also can be public interest in patenting in order to get the information to the public, in order to move on. There are very few examples, or very few technological possibilities at the moment to make the knowledge available. Shouldn't move forward. That is exactly the reason why it's like Berkeley, Wageningen, and it's called have to understand to protect science.
Okay, thank you. It's obviously a very important issue, but we have many more important issues to discuss in this panel, so we're going to move on. And I was, I caught up on one thing you said, in your presentation. You said that we should look at when things go wrong. And that intrigued me. So I would like to ask, maybe you would just make a clarification that, or an elaboration of the statement, and I would like to ask our Plants and Microalgae experts to, I would ask you if things can go wrong with potato microalgae. So if you want to elaborate, otherwise we speak very
This is a slippery ground for me, because the other expression, not them, is just complicated here. That kind of research. What I'm hearing is the emphasis is the major line between the permission of the technologies is between animals and non-animals research. But the question is what to do in the research when something goes wrong with the subject. That's the idea of discussion of the line, which is currently Alice is. And if there's anyone more involved with that system, please let me know. But this is the regulatory path when it's currently discussed when I talk. So it's very slippery ground for me, but this is how I understand.
Okay. So let's say biological or genetically speaking, or in terms of let's say trait development, can things go wrong when you work with breeding? Would like to start? What do you think?
I think things may go wrong if you see the right gene.
So you need the right gene, but that's okay. So but that would be a problem for you as a research, not for the public, not for the environment. Or you say microalgae. Can things go wrong when you develop a microalgae? Can you
question about housing also just in information as
Can you speak closer to the microphone?
Yeah, I'm looking especially at those microalgae counting in conflict things. So the microalgae literacy, they are regulated and there is a stage for that, and not knowing which one to use the mechanism, and there will be no problem for those things, not the antigens, for example.
Using this microorganisms processing the local, let's say, if you expose microorganisms in the environment, there is always this possibility that you might have changes in the ecosystem, by the influence in the ecosystem. But I would like to be optimistic rather than pessimistic. So there are so many issues that we need to consider. We need to be able to use this support. So, building the know-how mechanism. So these are sophisticated techniques, and we need to train the staff to be able to, first of all, to develop it, and then train personnel who will be using this either in agriculture or in the environment. Also, it's important to change the perspective of people, to think that these products are safe. We need to put a policy. So there are a lot of steps on the way that can go wrong. But I would like to be optimistic, to be honest, and I think this could be a slow process, but I'm optimistic.
Thank you. Thomas, may you yes, but I wanted to say something maybe ladies first. Sure, come. You want to ask a question?
I just wanted to ask if this is the right question. Can something go wrong? I mean, if we talk about risks, I think risks are always assessed in comparison to something which we already do, which means in breeding, for example, conventional breeding, is there a risk that is higher than what we already accept as, let's say, level of risk which is acceptable to the society, and the same for algae, I guess. So is technology bringing something which is less acceptable than the risk we already accept with conventional technologies?
Okay, thank you. I mean, the reason why I raised was because it was kind of the question that started the whole GMO risk discussion back in the 1970s. The recombinant things in bacteria, and they just asked, can something go wrong here? That's also when it started. And that kind of question still lingers on. It used to stick around.
Yeah, thank you, Petra. I think this is a very important comment that you have made. We have to look at the relative risks, and what many of the scientific evidence, if I believe what my colleagues from microbiology tell us, is that the NGPs, in comparison to conventional breeding, have a lower risk profile. And from that, I would conclude as an economist, I consider them to be more safer than products developed by conventional breeding. And what we also have to consider is that there's always a benefit related to the new products being introduced. Plant breeders don't use this for nothing. There's either a pest disease or other positive traits related, and they generate benefit, and we have to put this into perspective as well. We know that there might be the possibility, for example, of gene drift into the environment. What is the environmental damage related to this? So far, this could not have been demonstrated with the GMOs that we have so far cultivated for 20 years. And what we also know that cultivated plants, they hardly make it in the environment. Because it's a cultivated plants, they only survive if they are fed by the farmer providing fertilizer, pesticides, etc. Then they do well. In the wild, they hardly survive.
Okay, thank you. I think we're about to wrap up the discussions here, and I would like to, if there is 1 or 2 minutes left, I would just like to have some concluding comments. So let's take a tour around the table here, and I would like to let's say, to reflect very briefly on whether or not you're, let's say, you're optimistic or pessimistic. So what do you think about the potential integration of this technology of NGTs in European agriculture and industrial processes in, let's say, in 10 years from now? Very brief statement. Are you optimistic or pessimistic, and why? We can start now, Erica.
Wow. But you can always answer, it depends. And it really depends on when the start is now been made. Boy, I have to say, looking at the proposal, I would have asked me 2 years ago whether this would have been possible, but I said no way. And so things are moving at the moment. I think it's a step in the right direction. We have to be largely dependent on the question of how well everyone is willing to really adopt data and science-based solutions, is really willing to look into what we know, don't only follow easy options that everyone else tells one how things should be going. Really look at the data, make the effort, and to look into what is available and really proportionately in a very legal, rational sense, make a decision. If that's going to happen, then I'm quite looking positive. What about it?
The question is this going what I just mentioned? I'm a little bit more skeptical. So when I look at the current debate and pros and cons that are discussed in the different bodies that are involved, they're quite skeptical that within 10 years we will see what I would call a positive thing if entities would enter the market. We know from experiences if these important changes often only happen when the economic pressure is extremely high. And it seems to be at this point in time that the economic need within the European Union is not seen as being high enough for these technologies. Only if something drastic may happen in the next 10 years, then you may see improvement, but otherwise, that's it.
As a potato researcher, I'm rather optimistic for the next 10 years because I think that NGTs are really a good tool, powerful tool to understand how genes functioning and how it lead to the about the traits of the plants. So this is a very good thing. Mainly because in the potato, as Marit said this morning, heredity is very complex. It's a quadruple plant. It's highly heterozygous. So when you do crosses, you mix all the traits, and it's very time consuming to then select again good varieties. And as she said, I think that having a good variety that easily modifies traits and
I agree. Also, as a researcher, I think we need to be optimistic. It will be implemented within 10 years. These entities are small and they generate different high value compounds of plants, and I think this will often be opportunities for stakeholders, and it can also result in some ecological values, higher benefits, and especially economic proposals. Challenges we have to think about this. For example, climate change or this has a lot of rain. This is a tool that we need to assess to steer the functional benefits of those plants and algae. And by this, I think it's easier to have those problems using those communities.
I would say I'm cautiously optimistic, and I think that the application of these techniques will depend a lot of how important is a breakthrough. That's amazing. So, an important challenges in our society, for example, that is the main problem with the production of biofuels is the cost. So, when I compare cellulose, sugar, that can be then converted into biofuels, but then converting cellulose from plant lines to sugars is very expensive. If we have the necessary technology compared to conventional production of conventional fuels, then I feel that the society can work better with policy to the technology together on framework in order to have this. I think that it really depends on how important the breakthrough is for industries.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think I was a bit optimistic with time, and I didn't get to the point where I could involve you in the audience a bit more. But let's take maximum 2 questions before we close this and go for lunch. If there are any questions or comments, please.
Coming from the world of society. Society is very sensitive and says, okay, if this is a new technology that is coming towards the sustainability, the green deal, the farm to fork strategies, why it's not compatible with organic farm, which is another great tool to protect human health, society, go towards sustainability. This is the one question I want to raise.
There's an easy legal answer to this because it's prohibited from the organic regulation to use it. And it's been made prominent place in the new genetic technologies and the proposal also to exclude it from organic farming. I think it's a little big surprise that some of us up here has written a paper why that doesn't make sense. We think it should be included into organic farming. And this is the weakest point of the, to be very clear, new proposal that new technologies are not influenced into organic farming.
Right, they have the chance to influence the policy making in this direction, but it seems at this point in time that those associations are not in favor of having this as being planned for organic production as science pointed out.
Thank you. Final question or comment from the
It's more a comment. So my name is Detlef Bartsch. I work for the German Federal Office for Consumer Protection and Food Safety. And we are doing in the project GeneBEcon this risk assessment together with colleagues from the University of Latvia and Agroscope. So at least we will have a look on the biosafety data that are potentially necessary to answer many of the questions. One important aspect is also Justus, what is happening outside the EU. If we see the normative power of facts that in other countries there is a product or several products on the market that would also benefit consumers in the EU, that could also be a game changer. But let's see how far it goes overseas.
Sorry, I have to respond to that. No, what we observe is there's import of the technology, of the GMO technology, and we expect that the same will happen in changes. Import it into the European Union. But cultivation of plants within the European Union, they are very skeptical. I'm more optimistic there is a genetically modified microorganism like the microalgae. We have their technologies already applied here within the European Union. In that area, I see that applications will be possible. But within agriculture and cultivation of plants or with animals, I don't see that Europe is moving within the next 10 years. More drastic changes need to happen to convince Europe to become more open to these technologies, meaning to say having a policy that would allow approval and use within the EU. Imports, yes, cultivation or rearing of livestock, I would say no.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, we close the panel discussion and give the participants a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you. Speakers, chairs, thank you very much for making this event happen. Thank you all for staying despite the little hiccups, technical issues we have had. And I think that the science symposium like this is of value to all of us, skeptics or not skeptics, pessimists or optimists. I think we should continue having this kind of up-to-date science policy events. And I will invite you all to connect with us if you haven't done so at GeneBEcon. We're going to have more events like this coming up. The next one will be sometime and 27th of February next year in Brussels. So we hope to see you there. We'll send you the invitations. And with that, I thank you very much. You have been a wonderful audience. Thank you again. And regions with the Cyprus University of Technology and GeneBEcon. So, and hopefully among the industry and us. So, thanks for that. Let's keep them alive and not walk out of here and forget everything about them. So, thank you. There is a networking lounge outside, the discussions, and safe flights to those who are flying back.